Okay, sorry about that, guys. Steve said something to me right when I went live. Let me know one of the dogs was in. That's a danger when you have 5 dogs. You know, you can't keep track of all of them. It's like having 5 or 6 kids. It's hard to keep track of. But I hope everybody's doing good tonight and all prepared to like disco the night away. And Disco TJ's backstage, I see. And hey, Texas. Hey, 71. It looks like we got about 9 people in here. I wanted to go grab something real quick because I thought it was pretty cool and I wanted to show it to you guys. Oh, cool. TJ still got like part of his Halloween costume. When I put him on screen, he'll have to show that again. Yeah, I'll have to cover that. Thanks for running. Okay, now the first thing, hey, Eastside Motel 6. I may just call you Eastside, but this first thing I've got to cover up the naughty bits. on the lady there because I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube. So, Steve got me Don't Open Till Christmas on Blu-ray from Vinegar Syndrome. I had to look on there and see what that was. So I haven't gotten to watch the movie yet, but if the scenes that I saw in the little documentary like thing or any indication of how good it's going to look pretty good. I see John's backstage too, so I'm going to have TJ and John on here with me tonight. Hey, Darren. Uh, TJ, you said anybody else warm today? Yes, too warm actually. The other thing I wanted to show, I just got in from Patreon from I'm part of the Lost Drive-In Patreon, and you get a lot of cool things. Some of the things you get from Darcy, and some of the things you get from Patreon. And when Patreon first started sending like shirts and stuff out, it wasn't really all that great, and Darcy was a little disappointed. But now they've got a new, I guess, production manager or something. And so I just got this in the other day. It says Joe Bob Briggs on it, and it has, because Joe Bob always likes stopping at Cracker Barrels, no matter what town they're in. He likes to eat at Cracker Barrels, so they made this kind of look like the Cracker Barrel sign, and then it's got Joe Bob sitting there by the Cracker Barrel. So I just thought it was pretty cool. When it gets colder, I might drink my hot cocoa out of there or something. I don't drink I drink iced coffee drinks now. I've gotten addicted to them, but I don't drink hot coffee. So I won't be drinking hot coffee out there. Maybe hot tea. But anyway. Eastside Motel 6 says, hello, haven't watched this in years. I watch it several times a year usually, but I'm a crazy person, so you know. Oh, so John said he may join for a few. Yeah, John, I'll be glad to have you on here for as long as you can be on here. TJ says happy after Halloween, y'all. Just trying to make sure that I haven't missed any. 71 says YouTube's being nasty to me. Well, dang, we don't need YouTube being nasty to anybody. StreamYards was being nasty to me the other night. It just kicked me right off of it. And I'm heading up my live stream, and it kicked me off of the live stream. And Texas was trying to tell me a story, and it just, bam, it just kicked me right out. That's the first time it's ever kicked me out of StreamYard. So, anyway, I'm going to go ahead and add TJ. Hey, TJ.
Hey.
And add John here. Hey, John.
What's up?
What's up?
It looks like TJ's already got his disco ball going back there.
You pay for him to use them.
Steve's making fun of me. He likes to act like I'm like this doofus or something. Huh? Because I didn't close it. Okay. That's why it's open. He asked me questions that surely he knows the answer to. But anyways, we are going to be doing a watch along for prom night. Oh yeah, there's the is that what's left of your costume? Is there anything else left, TJ?
I got the eyeball.
That's cool too.
That's funny.
My mom told me, like, when she saw my pictures on Facebook, she said, Dana, I think that's the best costume you've ever had. She said she laughed for about 10 minutes at that costume, but she said she really liked it. So,
did you do Farmer Vincent?
Yeah, I was Farmer
That's
Vincent from Motel Hell. Yeah.
That's clever.
So I saw that mask at the Spirit Halloween store, and I was like, hey, I could get that and be Farmer Vincent. That's what I'm going to do. So I bought it. And then Steve and I went to Caulfield's, which is this big costume shop in Louisville. And he had never been, all the years he's lived in Louisville, he had never been to Caulfield's. I, of course, had never been. So he decided this year we would go and check out and see what they had. A really cool place in downtown Louisville. And they had the actual license. Trick or Treat Studios had put a licensed Motel Hell pig mask out. And I was like, well, dang,
Shock.
if I had known this, I may or may not have went on and bought that one and used it as a prop or something for the Halloween holiday. But I was like, well, I've already, spent around $40 for this one from Spirit Halloween. I better not, spend any more. So I tried to be sensible, even though I wanted it so bad. I wanted to tell somebody, hey, can you climb up on a ladder? Because that dang thing was way up on the, almost to the ceiling almost. I would have had to have somebody get it down for me. But I came this close to, asking them, hey, can you get that down for me? I want to buy that. And then Steve probably would have killed me and I wouldn't be here doing this live stream now. So
I went to Spirit on I didn't do anything Halloween. I've been just like working all week, but I was watching some movies Monday, and then Wednesday I got out of the house and I went to Spirit at like 8. They were still selling stuff like 50% off, so I got the Killer Clown's gun and
cool.
Then I got a Batman mask. They had like a cowl. Just they didn't have a lot. They had like the Otis Driftwood House of 1,000 Corpses mask, which that just looks so weird. Like it's cool. That's such an odd thing to put on, like for a costume, because it's the one where he's like doing the satanic ritual with the the cross.
That'd be weird, yeah.
But they had a lot. There were people in there with like shopping carts and shit. It wasn't many, but I was telling my wife, and she was like, it's probably resellers, because they were just grabbing like everything they saw.
Probably. I bet she's right on that.
But definitely go next year. Like the day, like 2 days after Halloween, you can get everything 50% off. So
yeah, that's really the time to like. It's not the time to get candy for next year. Of course, it would be bad by next year. But if you want to just get you some after Halloween candy to munch on, that's a good time to get candy. But I went to Kroger's after Halloween, and it was like they didn't really have discounted candy. I was expecting it to be a little bit of nothing, and they still wanted $2 or $3 for a little bag of candy. It's like, that's not a discount. I wanted to get some more mellow cream pumpkins or something, but no.
Nope. Right after Halloween, everything gets cleared off and you get all the Christmas stuff now put up.
Exactly. I saw Christmas stuff before Halloween even got here. It's like, it's insane the way that they just pile all the holidays one on top of the other, and you can't get one over with before 2 months down the road. They've already got stuff out. And I love Christmas too. But it's like, can we get one over with before you start inundating us with all this stuff in the store?
No.
No, they can't. Not anymore. They can't.
Thanksgiving, they'll have all the Easter candy out. Don't worry about it.
They were doing a con this weekend in Louisville. It was the people who did Fright Night. They started a new one.
Oh, I wonder if that's the one that Wes asked Steve about. I can't remember what it was called now.
It's just so weird. Like a week after Halloween, that's like getting a mall Santa like in February. Like I just don't. I mean, I get it. We don't care, but most people don't give a crap. I mean, November 1st, people just don't give a shit about Halloween anymore. That's why everything just kind of goes on sale. I don't know. I just thought that was so weird because they got Danielle Harris and she's dressing up like the clown, her clown costume. And I was like, what the heck?
I don't know. That seems kind of creepy. I don't know. Grown ass Danielle Harris having the clown costume on.
She gonna wear her Roseanne costume? What is she wearing?
Or from
Don't Forget
All the Babysitter's Dead or something. It's like,
yeah.
She's, God bless them. They are just like, They just can't help but like try to stay relevant with those movies. Her and Scout Taylor Compton. I swear, I read all that stuff about her and Jamie Lee Curtis and them getting offended, and I'm like, do you really think Jamie Lee Curtis watches horror movies? Like, come on now. Like, they were, and I bet it wasn't even that bad. I bet it was like she went up to them and they were like, hey, I'm such and such. And she was probably like, oh, I haven't seen those. I'm sorry. Well, and she acted like they spit on her. And it's like,
yeah, I know. Jamie Lee Curtis, she said for years that she doesn't like horror movies. She's a big chick, and she said this from the time she was in her 20s.
Yeah.
You know, I saw a really old interview with her where she said, I don't watch them. She said, I don't mind making them.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoy making them. This is when I think Terror Train was getting ready to come out or something, or Prom Night, one of them. And Mick Garris, a very young Mick Garris, was interviewing her, and he was asking her, do you watch them? And she's like, no, I'm a big chicken. What?
They should check out Mick Garris's podcast. He has Jamie Lee Curtis on there, and apparently Jamie Lee Curtis owes most of her career to Mick Garris.
Well, she should owe a big part to John Carpenter too.
But her later career.
Yeah, and actually, this was like the fantasy and sci-fi convention from that year or whatever, and Mick Garris was in a suit and tie and everything. And he had really short hair. It's like, I can tell it's Mick Garris, but it's just so strange.
I don't know. I just don't. It's so funny people get mad about that kind of stuff because it's like she was in a James Cameron movie. Like, people don't understand, like, when you're that big of an actor, I know now she's not that big, but like, that's a whole different world. Like, you can't, it's like, I think people just live in that bubble so much that they think that everyone lives in that bubble. And it's like, that's not the way that works. Like, you can have someone that was in a movie and it may be a genre movie, but that doesn't mean they know anything about the genre. It was just a job, you know?
Yeah. It's another job for them.
Yeah. In a recent interview with Jamie Lee Curtis, she was on the Graham Norton show in the UK. And she's like, well, they gave me a private screening for Halloween Ends by herself. She was in there with the security because they were afraid she was going to bootleg her own movie. And she even said, she's like, what the F? You're gonna bootleg me? I'm gonna bootleg my own movie. And then she basically said, I'm like this, covering my eyes and ears. Mm-hmm. She's not looking at it. And then the guy with her is going, ooh, and she's like, bitch, shut up. I'm trying to not watch this movie. And you're reacting and scaring me when I'm not even watching it. So, I mean, she doesn't watch these movies. And some people are like, well, I don't believe that. I'm like, well, why wouldn't you? Why would she see a genre she doesn't like? And like, who would want to, like, a lot of people are very like self-conscious. Would you want to watch yourself in a movie anyways? And
yeah,
so, I mean, people complaining. I'm like, they're actors. You're a regular person. You're not going to have the same type of feelings that those people have. And you're not an actor, but you like horror movies, but she's an actor and doesn't like horror movies. I was just watching a thing with Meg Tilly, and she's like, I don't like horror movies. I did a few, and you know.
There's a lot of actors that have been in a ton of them that don't care for them. That's not their personal preference for movies.
But people get mad. They go, "You like them?" I'm like, "Calm down, buddy."
I would bet that Al Pacino, like, I love Cruising. I think it's just a tremendous movie. I didn't watch it until last year, but I would bet that if you went to Al Pacino in real life and you were like, "What do you think of Cruising?" he would probably be like, oh yeah, like he probably has not thought about that movie in like 40 years. Probably and it's just when you work that much and you're doing plays and all that shit, it's just like, I think that's the thing that like fans and all don't get is it's a job. It's not that they don't like it. It's just, it's like any job. Like you do so much and it just runs and then you just kind of move on, you know, and it's not like, you know, like people who are in the genre who want to be like Barbara Crampton or somebody. Yeah, they probably remember because they obviously want to be in that genre. But I don't know.
I was talking about really bad ideas in horror movie history. And I don't know if both of you guys saw all of that stream that I did, but I may have sounded like at one point I was giving Jamie Lee Curtis down the road. But the thing that I said was, just don't let her near another Halloween movie now, because I think that Jamie Lee Curtis is so far removed from the Halloween series and horror movies in general that she's not a good person to ask what would make a good Halloween movie. She was just in some of them. And I get tired of her kissing Ryan Turek, Jason Blum, all those guys. I get tired of watching her kiss their ass now. It's like, why does she have to kiss their ass for?
After she stops making movies with them, she'll stop talking about them.
She'll quit kissing their ass.
She'll stop doing promotion for the movie by saying how great these people are, which is what she's doing. I mean,
Definitely.
She's doing her job, basically,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, she only did them too because she pulled in stuff into those new. Like, I like the new movies. I know I'm in the minority,
but that's okay, John.
I do. I love the music. The music is what makes those new ones. Like, I love Carpenter's music.
Oh my gosh, yes.
And but the movies themselves are hit and miss. I totally get that. But the only reason she really did them is like in those interviews, she kept talking about like trauma, and she talked about like issues. Yeah, and a lot of that was really not stuff that David Gordon Green and Dane McBride were writing. It was like they unintentionally were doing it, but they weren't trying to do it. And she's even said that in interviews. She was like, I know you guys weren't trying to do this, but this is what I'm getting out of it. So yeah, like you said, it's like she's getting out of it what she wants, but she doesn't really care like about a scary movie,
like, It's sort of like people that try to read things into the Bible to fit and I'm not trying to bring religion in here, but sorry, TJ, but some people try to say, I live my life this way because this is what the Bible tells me to do. But when they tell you these things, it's like they're making a generalization about a passage of the Bible to fit what they're doing. Now, the Bible's a great thing. The Bible has a lot of great stories about God and Jesus and the disciples and whatever. But I just think people got to be careful with what, saying, I know exactly what God meant when he said this, because we don't know. All we can do is, like I said, make generalizations. Now, when we die and we actually see God, then maybe we can ask him, hey, God, what do you mean by this passage in the Bible? But, when I say these things, and I hope TJ doesn't think I'm being disrespectful to any certain religion or anything, because I'm definitely not. I just am talking in general, any religion, whether it's Baptist, Catholic, Methodist, whatever.
Yeah, people read. I mean, people do that with movies too. They read in. I've seen people read too much into slasher movies forever. Like that became a thing where it's like every slasher is like every slasher is like the girl grabbing the dude's knife, his penis, and killing him. It's like okay. I mean, maybe sometimes, but sometimes it's just a movie. Sometimes it's just a horror movie.
Yeah,
but
why can't it just be a horror movie to have fun with?
Yes, and a dude came up with that one.
Oh yeah, like those talking head documentaries used to always do that. They would like try to read in and make these huge allegories and all. And I'm like, I mean, I guess you could do that, but I don't really think that's. Sometimes things just are what they are. I don't know. Maybe that's just how I see it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, people like to do that. Like if you like the Scream 6 trailer, everybody's like watching it slowly and rewinding it. It's like, what does this scene mean? What does it fit into the movie? Like, whoa,
I don't
this
care
is
what
happen
it
because
means.
I saw this bloody hand. That means this person's, because it's that person's hand. Like, you can't see shit. You're watching a fucking it's a little trailer. It's so tiny. It's like you're guessing the whole movie from this. And then when they show a new trailer, it's like, oh, we got to fit this new piece in that I didn't see in the other trailer. And then like, oh, there was this video and someone's going to be in it. And that means that they're going to do this. It's like, you don't know shit. It's fun for them to do that. But like, just when people think they're actually like figuring things out, I'm like, all right, calm down. You're not like a lawyer or whatever. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm a huge horror fan, but I'm not going to sit there and pretend that I know what every director or every writer or whatever was trying to do with it. I just want to sit down and watch it and enjoy it for what it is and just go from there. I don't want to, like 71 says, overanalyzing shit. Yeah, you don't need to overanalyze stuff. And we're definitely not going to be overanalyzing the movie we're doing a watch along for tonight.
I might.
Well, that's okay. Yeah,
I have some issues with Prom Night of the story and certain aspects of what's going on. I mean, I like the movie and everything, but I'll be talking about it during the.
I already told TJ it was okay. You know, I've told old Curly Jaws because he said, like, I would have been on the Halloween 2 watch along that you had, but he said it would have just been me complaining about it. I said, that's okay. You can come on here and you can complain about it. Man. You know, I really don't mind. I think it makes it more fun if we're not all just kissing the movie's ass. If we can find, you know, things that don't make logical sense or things that we don't like as well about a particular movie. But I did want to say now, I'm very, very happy to have both TJ and John on here tonight. But if any point in time I go back and forth and look at the chat. So if you decide that, hey, you want to come on here and you need the link, I did post the link in the chat, but I can repost it. I have also posted the link for the movie off of YouTube. I promise you guys, I'm not going to lie to you. The quality is not that great. So if somebody has, you know, a DVD or something that they would prefer to watch rather than watching,
it's on Tubi, isn't it?
Or your blue,
maybe
it might be. I was going to say, if you prefer to watch it on Tubi, that's fine as well.
Now, I will say, y'all are talking about a movie that you can analyze, and I think was intended as Cruising. You can watch that movie.
Yes.
I watched that movie, and I was like, for 30, 40 minutes trying to like piece together what I'd seen. And I love that when a director just makes a movie and he basically just gives you a lot of questions and he does not spoon feed you anything.
No, and Friedkin's a master.
And it's not like he's trying to sell you on one thing. He's just basically like saying, there's a lot here you can look into, you know, and I wish more directors did that now. They don't, it's an old technique, you know.
Whatever you might want to, you know, whatever things that people may say about Friedkin that they didn't like the way he, you know, like, was it, is it Jason Miller? Is that his name that played the priest?
Yeah.
So I remember him saying in one of those documentaries for The Exorcist, he was really pissed at Friedkin for, you know, wanting to fire guns around people to get them to flinch or react a certain way. And he was basically like, hey man, I don't need that extra stuff. You know, I'm an actor. I don't need it. But they said that Friedkin with like non-actors, like there were real priests that were in The Exorcist, and they were technical advisors, but there was also the priest that was friends with Jason Miller in the movie. Friedkin just freaking walked up to that guy and slapped him across the face right before the scene where he was supposed to give the last rites to Father Karras. And
Wow.
he was not getting the right reaction from the guy because the guy was not an actor. So just right before he said action, he walked up to the guy and just slapped him across the face and then said action. And that's why he's shaking. and stuff when he's raising his hand and doing the last rites in that scene.
Let's not even talk about The Shining.
Oh, yeah. You couldn't do
Did you
that
see
stuff now.
Shelley Duvall is coming back to acting? She's in some horror movie coming out.
Is she really?
I don't know if they're filming it or something like that, but I read that on
didn't
the
even
old
think.
interwebs.
I'm sorry, but I didn't even think the poor woman had the mental capacity right now to.
Guess she had some therapy.
But because I saw her on, and I was angry with Dr. Phil because I think Dr. Phil exploits a lot of people. Dr. Phil had her, it's been a while back. He had her on his show, like where he was doing like a one-on-one interview with her. And oh my gosh, I was almost crying. I was like, this is what Shelley Duvall, this is what has happened to her. She was talking about people taking over her brain and that there were these little creatures that were in her brain. And I was like, I don't know. So I didn't expect her to be able to function anymore, to be an actress anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, when
maybe she
was
got on some good meds or something. I don't know.
I remember she was in that Popeye movie.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I was really into, I mean, like a lot of kids, I watched a lot. I love the old cartoons, like the old Superman and Popeye and stuff. And when I found that movie at the video store one day, I didn't know it existed. And I saw Popeye and Robin Williams, and I was like freaking out. I was like, what the fuck is this? I didn't say that as a 10-year-old. And I was like, what? This exists? I was like, a live action Popeye? Because it's got like her, and I think it's got the
Robin Williams.
Yeah, and the guy from Red Sonja and Pieces. He's
yes.
I think he's what's his name?
Was it Bluto?
Bluto. Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't think I've ever seen all of that movie, but I need to, because for one thing, I was always a huge Robin Williams fan. I was so devastated when Robin Williams died, because I just thought he was an incredible actor and an incredible comedian. And, it's just sad. It's sad when anybody goes, but when people have been that accomplished and been able to make so many people laugh over the years and stuff like that, it's just really, really a sad thing. I'm sad when any actor or actress passes away that I've enjoyed over the years, but some of them, it bums me out a little bit more. When Wes Craven died, I didn't even know the man was sick. I was bummed out for about a week, I think. Mm-hmm. And still yet, when I hear his voice on commentaries or watch old stuff where he was talking about Nightmare on Elm Street or whatever, Hills Have Eyes, Last House on the Left, whatever, it just it hits me that, gee, this guy's not around anymore. He's not making movies anymore. Even stuff about Scream, it just really bothers me for whatever reason.
Isn't it crazy how mild-mannered those guys were? Like Wes Craven and Tobe Hooper. Like you see them in interviews, they're just like the most like quiet, laid-back dudes, and they just like made these crazy films. That's always fascinating to me, how like the people who were like the chillest can do the craziest stuff.
Well, it's like Stephen King. He's my all-time favorite writer, and I don't know what I'm going to do when that man passes away. And there's no
Don't
more.
Start counting the calendar day.
But I've watched interviews with Stephen King over the years, and Stephen King can write he can write a very poignant story, but he can also write a very horrific story as well. But when they would do interviews with him, I remember one of my favorite older interviews with Stephen King was when Whoopi Goldberg had her night show. Do y'all remember that? The Whoopi Goldberg show?
I'm going to have to look it up now. I didn't know about that one. I don't think.
No.
But she had Stephen King on there one night, and I was like, I have got to watch this. There was no way I was going to miss Stephen King on here. And that was a fantastic interview. Whether you like Whoopi Goldberg or not, the interview she did with him was fantastic, in my opinion. He was also on Larry King Live years and years ago, and people were calling in to talk to Larry King and Stephen King. You know, they would call and say, I'm going to talk to the two kings or whatever, you know. But it's Stephen King was always he was not only a good storyteller and still is a good storyteller, but he's a great conversationalist. He could be, you know, well, I consider him one of the greatest writers in history, but people might disagree with me on that. But he doesn't put on airs. He doesn't, when he does talks, like I saw him in Louisville a few years back, 2016. He actually came to Louisville, and I stood out in pouring rain at the Iroquois Amphitheater to see that man speak. Because I thought, when am I ever going to get another chance to hear Stephen King talk? And he had a t-shirt and jeans on. He didn't dress in anything fancy. And he just came up there on stage and he talked to this great big giant audience, just like he was talking one-on-one with somebody, just like he was talking to a friend he saw in the grocery store or something. Just the way he would tell stories about his writing career and stuff. And I just love that. I love when people are like that. So do you guys have anything that you want to bring up before we get the watch along started, or anything you want to promote? Or
I started a podcast with some friends locally in the Nashville area. It's called the Horror Sanctum, and it's kind of a funny story. So we've done 3 episodes so far. We've only released the first one. Monday we're doing the second one. The next 2 are I'll spoil it on here. It's the first one was Halloween. The second one was Horror of Dracula.
okay,
The third one is Blood Rage. And so
which Blood Rage though?
The Terry brothers,
the
2 brothers,
the 2 twins. Okay.
In time for Turkey Day.
Exactly right.
So we were promoting the first one, and I get on Instagram a lot. That's most of what I do now. It's just post like random pictures and stuff. And I just thought, I'm just gonna fucking send a message to John Carpenter and his wife, because I follow both of them, because his wife is like his producer now, and she does like Storm King and the comics and all that. I didn't think anything of it. So I sent her a message like a week ago, and Halloween morning she messages me back.
Wow.
And she goes, I'll tell him. She goes, I'll bring it up to him. And I'm like, and she's like, Happy Halloween. And then 2 days later, she responds back. She goes, John doesn't do podcasts. And I'm thinking, oh, you thought I was asking. Like, I was just saying, please listen. I'm laughing. I'm thinking, like, I would never be bold enough to ask him to be on a podcast.
No, I couldn't either. I mean,
but now you know, go through his wife.
Yeah.
That would be the only way to get to him, is to go through his wife. Everybody go on Twitter.
I was so psyched just to imagine that he told me to go F myself. Like, that's like the proudest thing I could get from John Carpenter now.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it's kind of weird. I wouldn't think that. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends. He doesn't really. I don't even know if he posts. It may just be his wife posting on his account. You know, He doesn't seem like he would be doing that. He's a little too like antisocial to do that. You know,
Right.
But I don't know.
A little bit.
But yeah, I just thought that was funny. I want to bring that up.
That's cool though. And good to know. If you, like TJ said, if you want to contact John Carpenter, go through his wife.
Cruising.
Steve needs to get him a real hat like that, and he could be on the watch along tomorrow night. That would be awesome.
Steve.
Speaking of talking to people, getting a message kind of unexpectedly from somebody. This has been like so long ago, whenever I was thinking about starting my blood type fanzine back up again. And I was trying to get the people from Haunted Ween, some of the people from Haunted Ween, to do interviews with them, because that was a movie that was pretty much filmed in Bowling Green, Kentucky. And some of it was filmed on the campus at Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green. So I was real curious about trying to get a hold of as many people as I could. And I never did hear from anything from anybody. And then just out of the blue, the blonde in that movie that played the fraternity president's girlfriend, Melanie, Blake Pickett, she just messages me out of the blue, and she's like,
Nice.
"Hey, I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you." And I thought, well, who am I? You know, you don't have to be sorry to me. And she's got her own photography business and stuff, Blake Pickett Photography, that she does. Takes beautiful pictures. But she said, "I'm so sorry." She said, "I would be more than happy to do anything that you would want me to do to help you out with your fanzine." And
Wow.
I've still got to send her some questions back. I'd love to, even if I couldn't do blood type on a regular basis, I would still love to do an interview with her and just kind of do an impromptu issue and put it out there. So I've still got to get about 10 questions and send them to her, because I mean, she sent me her email address and everything to send her stuff. But you know, when you said that about John Carpenter and his wife, I was like, oh yeah, that reminded me of that. Blake Pickett's not as big as John Carpenter, but still, it was a big deal for me.
Ron Atkins,
Uh-huh.
the Ratkins guy.
Right.
I don't want to tell the story, but he has got a crazy ass story with Dick Warlock, because he lives in the same town as him. Like, I don't want to spoil it, but it's like hilarious. Like, he was telling me one day on Facebook, I was like, and he has pictures and everything. Like,
I was thinking he was talking about Dick Warlock. I don't think he told that story, but I think he was saying something in one of my streams about
it's just the most random thing possible to happen. But yeah, I'll bring it up to him, because I was like, yeah, you need to tell that on the Dead Pitter stream or something sometime.
Oh, yes.
It's just so odd, because I didn't know that he lived in Tennessee. That Dick Warlock, I thought he lived in LA, but I guess he lived there.
I had no clue. Yeah, that's crazy.
But sometimes that happens. I mean, people live in areas. John Saxon lived in my town when he died, and I didn't know that. I just saw he passed, and it said Murfreesboro, and I was like, "What the hell?" And I looked him up.
Was he in like one of those assisted living places or something like that?
Well, I don't know, but when he died, he had to be at the hospital St. Thomas across the street here, because that's the hospital. And I didn't go like that far, but I was Googling his name, and I couldn't find any like public records of his address, because I was just like, that's like, if I would have seen him randomly out in public, I just would have been like, what? Like, that's I don't know.
I'd freak out if I saw somebody like that just walking around. It was even strange to me what I think it was the first Fright Night I ever went to back in 2009. I was just walking through the halls of the hotel, and Ari Lehman comes walking down the hall, and he's just like, "Hey, how you doing?" And it's like, he didn't know me from anybody else, and it was like, this is so weird. And I thought somebody, it might have been Steve, I don't know, somebody ended up they were taking a pee in the bathroom at the hotel, and like, I think William Forsythe like came up and was gonna use the bathroom at the urinal. It's like, what in the heck, you know? And people been in elevators in hotels with people, you know, you just end up getting in the elevator, and there's all these, well, horror celebrities to us guys, and you end up in the elevator with two of them or something. And
that's funny.
I remember when I met Bruce Campbell for the first time at one of the Fright Nights. He asked me, he said, "What's it like to love a woman named Dana?" And I said, I can't really tell you. I said, you'd have to ask my boyfriend because Steve and I were dating at the time, and just some of the craziest things somebody could ask you. Um, I guess he was just trying to make conversation and make it entertaining, I guess. So he thought he would bring that up. He also told me, now this could have been a lie. He said that he used to know a girl named Dana and she broke his heart years and years ago. But like I said, I don't know how true that is. People may just say that kind of stuff just to make you feel more comfortable or something.
It's always like weird when you see someone famous in person, because for me at least, I never realize it's happening until like I'm like right up near them, because you
Right.
just don't expect it. So you kind of like that's usually the few times it's ever happened, and I've never seen anybody super famous, just like random actors. But like usually it's always like I'm near them and I see them and I have to double take, and then I don't try to stare, but by the time they notice I'm staring, they're like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like,
Yeah,
"Oh,"
you're
and I'm
making me
putting it
feel weird.
together in my head. The funniest one of that happened, the only time that happened, it was random, is I used to live in a place called Spring Hill, which is like 30 minutes from here. And I was Christmas card shopping at Walmart, and I was looking at like the gift cards, and I'm looking, and there's this short guy who's like he's like in the way looking, he's kind of rude, and I'm just kind of like, oh, God, I'm like trying to look around, and we're like literally like bumping into each other, and I just kind of look over and I notice him, and I'm like, why does that look like why does it look like Jason Hervey? And I'm
Oh
looking
my
and
God.
I'm like, it was Jason Hervey. And
Holy
he
cow.
was mad at me, I guess, because I was like in his way. And afterwards I told Becca we were just like dating, and I was like, "Oh, that's Jason Hervey." She was like, "Who?" Because she's young, she never really grew up around all that. And I was like, "Wonder Years." She was like, "Oh, really?" And I was like, "Yeah, look at his face, you can tell." But
Yeah,
it's
so
just weird.
you bumped into Wayne.
I guess he lives here because he does like
Oh
music stuff or
wow.
something, but he's
Mhm.
not an actor anymore. But I remember he was like so short. He was like 5'3". I was like,
I
damn.
didn't realize he was that short.
Yeah, he is tiny. But it's just weird sometimes when you see people, like if it was someone famous, you'd know, but sometimes you have to really pay attention to notice people in public, especially if they look different, you know. But,
Mhm.
I once saw Harrison Ford.
Oh,
oh
that's
wow.
cool.
So I was walking through Boston with a friend of mine, and we were going to pick up something at a place where we were doing this 48-hour film project where you got to film a movie and have it done and produced and ready in 48 hours. So we're walking, and I'm looking, and I'm like, that's Harrison Ford. And he was with another guy, but he was kind of like standing next to the guy, and they were walking really fast. So, and it was like a crowded, like Boston street. So you could tell he was like, yeah, if we just keep walking, nobody will stop us. But people were yelling, "Hey, Han Solo," and blah, blah, blah. And like we were literally like either next to each other or I was behind walking next to them for a good 2 miles, maybe. Then he finally went off to the next street because I was still going straight. And I was like, I wasn't going to go, "Hey, Harrison Ford," and like stop him because, he's in a rush. I'm sure he's not going to be like nice and stopping and going, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to talk to you for a minute while I got to go wherever I got to go."
Yeah. Right.
But it was just like he was walking in the same speed in the same direction for so long. And just like wanted to say something, but I was like, I'm not going to be an idiot. But then I kind of took like a photo of like his behind, of his like the back of his head, but you could tell it's Harrison Ford. But
Yeah.
But that was
That's
my big
cool.
like, and people just yelling things at him, and I was like, and I was just like embarrassed for him. I was like, leave the guy alone. I'd be like,
Yeah, leave him
F you.
alone.
I'm busy.
Yeah.
Now, Steve kind of had like, I mean, he saw somebody that was kind of being sort of pushy, and Steve was at the gym. This has been years ago, and it was before we were dating and probably before we'd even met or anything. But Steve was at his gym, his local gym, and he noticed that CM Punk was in there.
Wow.
And I don't know how people feel about CM Punk nowadays, but Steve was like, I mean, he was obviously kind of starstruck, but he said I wasn't going to bother the guy. He was there to work out. But he said he watched one guy just was being real creepy and following CM Punk around the gym everywhere where he went. This guy was like right on his back almost, and Steve was like, I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to even go and say hey or bother him or anything. I was just going to let him get his workout done. But he's told me about that story about seeing CM Punk at the gym.
I would do that with Kurt Russell. That's the only person I would do that with. Like if if he does a wine tasting within 500 miles of here, I am fucking going to that wine tasting. I'll buy the wine and I'm going to slip in some like Captain Ron shit or something and be like, just go ahead and sign this. Like, that's like for me, like he's the one actor to me, like that's to me like when a Trekkie meets William Shatner. Like I know that's weird to say. It's just I couldn't help myself like with him. He's the only one though. I think I agree. Most people are like what you were saying, TJ. Like I get cringy when I see people bugging like someone famous.
It's very uncomfortable to watch somebody do that, and it's like, will you stop? Just stop.
Yeah.
Because they're not at an event; they're just randomly on the street, and it's like one time I worked at a candy store, and Steven Tyler from Aerosmith came in, and some girls were in the hall, and they came in, they're like laughing, and they're like on the cell phone, and they're like saying things, and he goes over them and grabs the cell phone from one of the girls and goes, "Hello." And they're like, "This is Steven Tyler from Aerosmith." And then he came in the shop, and I'm like, I'm working, so I'm like, I can't really be a jerk and like ask him for an autograph or for a selfie or anything like that. But it was just like, and he's like, "Do you have this certain candy?" And I was like, "No, but I wish I did because you're Steven Tyler."
Yeah, I'd really like to get that candy for you, Steven Tyler. But
it's just like, yeah, I mean, he wasn't hiding. I mean, he wasn't dressed, like he is on stage. But I mean, it's Steven Tyler. I mean, especially back then, I don't know what he looks like now, but that was like 20 years ago. So I'm sure he looks.
I haven't seen really like. I saw Steven Tyler. I saw Aerosmith in concert back in 2004. And that's been a long time ago now.
Yeah.
And I remember Cheap Trick opened for them, and I'm a huge Cheap Trick fan. So not only was I excited about Aerosmith, I was excited about the opening night too.
Nice.
By the way, can you tell I'm Italian?
Yeah, there's so many like that. It's weird though. I mean, I don't know. I just can't. I'm like you though. Like if it's an event and you can talk to them, that's fine. Or like if you're in a situation where let's say you in an elevator with somebody and they're famous and it's just you two, I don't think there's anything wrong with just being like, "Hey, I'm a fan. I just wanted to let you know I think you're a good actor."
Yeah. Right.
But like anything else is just
like if you're in the urinal next to them, you don't ask them questions.
No.
Because some people will do that.
Or be staring at their member while they're going to the bathroom. It's like, don't do that.
I was kind
of saying that. But.
I bet there are some people that would some guys that would do that, and not gay guys, straight guys might do it. Yeah, I want to see if his is bigger than mine or whatever. It's like.
I was kind of the only person I was ever starstruck meeting was Joe Bob, which is odd to say. Like he wasn't the most famous. Like I had met wrestlers who were more famous, like as far as name, but he was the only one where I'd met at a convention where when I went up to him, I was like anxious, and I knew he was nice, but it was just like it was almost like this whole thing came over me of like. He's the reason that I got into like horror movies. He's the reason that I got into like cult movies. He's the reason. It was almost, it's really strange to say, but it was almost like meeting a father figure. It was odd. And it was like, I was kind of like, when I was talking to him, I was like very just like starstruck. And I think he could tell he was kind of taken back, like, because I remember I said something, I was like, you're the reason I like movies. You're the reason I used to want to be an actor and all this. So he was just like, Okay. I was like, and afterwards,
John
I was,
freaked Joe Bob out.
yeah, and I was probably afterwards, I was like, I probably was a little too nervous, but I
Oh
don't know.
no, the times the first time I met Joe Bob, I've met him like 3 times now, and Steve says I think you've met Joe Bob enough now. But the first time I met him at a convention, um, he was a lot more talkative. And then the second time I met him, he was a little less talkative. Now this third time I met him at that last How Redneck Saved Hollywood show in Louisville, I think he must have overslept or something in the hotel because when he came in that place, he was running late anyway. He and Darcy were both running late, and Darcy looked as fresh as could be, like she always does. But Joe Bob came in there and his hair was a little messed up. He looked like he'd either had a rough night or he'd taken a little cat nap and slept too long or whatever. So by the time I got up there, he was nice as could be. He's never been mean or anything to me. He just literally wasn't as talkative as the other 2 times. And Darcy was the one I was actually starstruck with that last time because she bought a candle from me from my Etsy shop. Like she was one of the first people that ever bought anything off my Etsy shop, and she got an Ernie candle, and I mailed it out to her and everything. And I told her when I got up there, I said, I'm the one that you bought the Ernie candle from. And she's like, oh my gosh. And she's like, oh, you're just so awesome. And she pointed to, now, I don't know if you guys remember the last season. I think it was the last season of the last drive-in that they had on. And Darcy had her little tight, stretchy blue dress, male girl uniform that she would come out in.
I think, yeah.
And she had the little white, it almost looked like a purse, not really a fanny pack, but like a little white purse. And I noticed it seemed to have a sticker on it, but I thought, nah, that couldn't be the sticker I sent to her. That can't be the sticker I sent to her. And then she had that same outfit on when I met them at the show. And whenever I told her that I was the one that made the candle and she bought the candle for me, she said, oh, this is yours too, isn't it? And she pointed at the sticker. I was like, holy crap. That I didn't say that, but I was thinking, holy crap, she's had that sticker on that little purse every episode of the last drive-in that's been on. And it was like, I could not believe that she thought enough about that to wear it on TV or wear it on Shutter or whatever. But that was just a really cool experience for me. I've grown to love Darcy. I think she's probably my favorite male girl, and I didn't really like her in the beginning, and I've apologized for that over and over again. But I didn't understand the cosplay. I didn't understand this and that. Now I understand all of that and what they're trying to do with Darcy as the male girl. They're trying to do something different. And Darcy is a fan, like a true blue fan of Joe Bob. And you can still tell that when she's on the show with him. And I think that that's great that they got a fan to be his male girl this time around. Now, a lot of people say, well, what, you don't like Honey? She was the original male girl. I like Honey. But Darcy's just grown on me. And Darcy is so much more into the fans, wants to interact with the fans and stuff like that. And that just makes me feel more comfortable. So there's my starstruck story about Darcy and Joe Bob. But TJ, have you got any more short films that you've been doing that you want to promote? That last one you did was really awesome.
Thanks. Yeah, nothing that's out right now. I'm working on 3 scripts. I just came up with a new idea today, and I was like, oh, I got to write that down. But yeah, Nothing down yet, but
Well, you'll let us know when you got something, right?
yeah, I'll be hawking my wares. Don't worry.
So, with all that being said, I guess we better go ahead and get this party started with the movie. And like I said, I have got the YouTube link. I've got it up where it says a Simcom production in case you guys are using any different options and you want to get it synced up. Does anybody else in the chat need me to repost the YouTube link? I'll give you 30 seconds, a minute or something before we get started because I was kind of hoping CK would show up tonight because he and I and Uncle Bill we had talked about doing a watch along or a commentary for prom night, and I just couldn't wait any longer. I told CK, I said, I'm sorry. I said, I just wanted to do this so bad. He said, that's okay, that's cool. He says we can still do one later on, but I know Uncle Bill's getting ready to go on vacation, or he may have already taken his family to where were they going? Disney, I think.
Yeah.
I
think he gets on Instagram some. Wes is on Facebook some, but I think that the Instagram account Uncle Bill does some on that because he's not really big on Facebook. He's on the Discord, but he don't get on like Facebook and stuff.
No, he hasn't been on Facebook for a long time. Yeah. So I've been friends with both of those guys for a few years now. So I actually, and no, I'm not going to give it out to anybody, so don't ask me. I actually have his cell phone number, so sometimes we'll text back and forth, or if he wants me to be on one of his streams he's doing, he'll send the link in a text. It's not like we 24 hours a day, 7 days a week talk to people. I have a life and he has a life outside of that, but we talk like friends. Hey, what you up to? What's going on? Type of thing. And I do kind of the same thing with Wes, but Wes, of course, is more accessible through Facebook. So you can text or message Wes through Facebook, or there's just other options, and I get that. Aaron or Uncle Bill, he would like. I think he likes to keep things more private, and I totally get that. That's the thing about Facebook. Facebook has become too. Let's see what dirt we get. Not that he's got any dirt on him, but let's see what kind of dirt we can dig up on somebody and blast it all over social media. And so I totally get that. And some people don't feel comfortable putting a million pictures of their family on there, their kids on there. Now I think Savannah still puts. There's pictures that pop up because I'm friends with her on Facebook, and she will put pictures of her and Aaron occasionally, or her and Aaron and the kids. So I do see things like that, which is cool. But
a lot of I don't know if y'all are in the Discord. The Discord is pretty active. I haven't been active lately just because I haven't been on social media in the past week or so much, but they're really active on the Discord over Dead Pit. Like I know CK, Uncle Bill, a lot of the regulars are on there. So if y'all are ever wanting to, the Discord is pretty good. There's like different channels, everybody talks and stuff.
I mean, I've signed up to be on there because like Wes sent me the link back when they first got it started. But I keep wanting to go on there and do stuff, but then time gets away from me, or whatever. And then somebody will bring it up. Oh, have you been on the Discord lately? No, because I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting about it. And I was very active on the message boards back when Dead Pit had the message boards. I loved that. Except for there was one instance where I don't know if I've ever told you guys this story. This guy started messaging me like through Facebook and through the message board. And you know how people would send you private messages sometimes, John? Um, so the guy started out and he was fine. You know, we would talk back and forth, talk about Dead Pit, talk about things, the last show that Dead Pit did when they did them on a more regular basis and stuff. And then the guy started getting weird, you know, and you know how you get all these red flags start going up about certain people. And I was like, I got to get away from this guy. He's starting to make me feel uncomfortable. He was wanting to know my address. He was like, I might want to send you something sometime. I'm like, no, I want you to send me stuff. So I wanted to kind of cut it off clean, and I might have not went about it the right way, because this guy could have been a psychopath. I don't know what he was.
Yeah.
So what I did was I would just, I think I ended up unfriending him, you know, which that's pretty, in a lot of ways, it's anonymous to just unfriend somebody. And a lot of people, they think, well, screw you, you unfriended me. Well, I'm just going to go on my merry way. But what happened was I didn't tell Aaron and Wes that I unfriended this guy on Facebook, and that if this guy started asking about me, please don't tell him I'm on Facebook. And Aaron was still on Facebook at the time. And so I was talking to Aaron through Messenger, and this guy started messaging him too. And he said, have you seen Dana on here lately? I haven't been able to like reach her, and like Aaron, but it wasn't his fault. It totally wasn't his fault. Mistakenly told this guy, oh yeah, I'm talking to her right now on Facebook. And so this guy got super, like, insanely pissed and sent me a private message through the Dead Pit message board, and called me a fucking bitch or something like that, and a liar. He said, don't you ever fucking talk to me again. And
You were trying not to.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know. And he said, and you can take your fanzine and shove it up your ass. And I'm like, okay, this guy's going over the line now. This is just completely over the line. And so I told Wes, I said, there's this guy that's like sending me private messages through the Dead Pit message boards. And I said, the guy's making me feel really uncomfortable. And Wes said, don't worry about it. He said, if the guy comes on there, then we're going to kick him off. And the guy just seemed to disappear after a while. But that was the one and only time I ever felt uncomfortable with anything to do with Dead Pit. And this guy wasn't even part of Dead Pit. He was just some yo-yo that just this. I don't know why he would get a fixation on me. I'm not anything, you know. I wasn't part of Dead Pit. I was just like friends with them, but not. I wasn't part of the show or anything. So
there's a few shit disturbers still, even on the Facebook and Discord. Yeah, I'm not naming names, but there's definitely. I mean, I think everybody who's like. Yeah, I mean, they're not like a lot, but there's a couple who like will post, and you're like, well, who the hell is this person? Like, or just even in the Discord, there's people in there who will talk, and I'm like, I sometimes will look at the messages, and I'm like, I don't know who these people are. Like, I talk to Ryan, like I know Ryan, I know some of the others, but like,
cool.
Yeah, but like some of those other guys, I'm just like, I don't know. It makes me realize sometimes I'm like, I'm talking to a username that I've never seen. I don't know them. And my whole thing is most people that I talk to a lot at some point, I'll add them on Instagram or Facebook, and it's just some like, I'm real. This is who I am. Like I'm not.
Mhm.
But yeah, I'm not naming names. I'm just if you go on the Facebook page or the Discord, there's still some oddballs for sure. I don't want to say creepy. They're just some odd ducks. Or
Mhm.
you're just thinking like, is this a real person? Or they,
I had one guy too that I don't think he was really that connected with Dead Pit. I think he was a casual listener at best, but he lived in Evansville, and he, he started out nice, and then he started getting weird, and he was trying to push me into like meeting up with him and dating him. Like he was like, I'm lonely, and I get, I've been lonely before too in my life, but you can't just keep bothering people if they're obviously not interested. And I told him, I finally just had to tell him, I said, you're a nice guy and everything, but at the time I was not wanting to date anybody. And I said, you seem like a very nice guy, but I said, I'm just not ready to date anybody right now. And so nothing was said. And then, a year or so goes by, and Steve and I get together. We started dating, and then things went from there and got more serious. And then we ended up getting married. And like after Steve and I had been dating a while, this guy found out about it, and I had to block him on Facebook because he was my friend on Facebook, and he saw me in pictures with Steve, and he messaged me one day and he said, I thought you weren't interested in dating anybody right now. Now you got a boyfriend. What's up with that? And I thought, dude, who are you and why are you, meddling in my life? It's my business whether I get a boyfriend or not. I just didn't want, don't make me say, hey, you just weren't my type. I didn't want to date you. Okay. I was trying to be nice. And then they push you into a situation where you can't be nice anymore because being nice to them doesn't work. But I would never, I've had crushes on guys before, but if they point blank say they're not interested or they are with somebody else, um, then you have to, unless you're a crazy person, you have to just let go and just go on. And some people are unable to do that, unfortunately. But,
no.
but anyway, I guess I'm not seeing anybody say that they Texas talk about meat and Grace Slick. So I'm not, which is cool. I'm not seeing anybody say really post that link again. So I'm all queued up and ready. If TJ and John are ready, I'll go ahead and do the 3, 2, 1. So as long as you got John's giving me the thumbs up, TJ, you all ready? You all queued up? All
Yep.
right. All right. So 3, 2, 1. Press play. And I've got mine muted too because I've seen this movie way too many times for my own good. And I've said this before about the beginning of this movie where the kids are playing the hide and, or the version of hide and seek where you're a killer. Evidently, but I always thought that this building here that they're playing in was a school. But if you hear a conversation later, it turns out it's an old convent.
This is a weird movie series.
Yeah, because I think they it seems to me that they kind of went the direction that John Carpenter wanted to do originally with Halloween and have a different, it'd be Halloween themed, but you wouldn't do Michael Myers all the time. You would, do something like Halloween 3 or you do another aspect of Halloween and make a movie out of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this one is just like a slasher.
Yes.
And the other ones are just like, I don't know. I finally watched the. I had seen the third one, but I had never watched Hello Mary Lou ever. I had just heard about it and seen pictures and clips, but even as a kid, I never watched it. I finally watched it like maybe 2 months ago, and I was just so confused. I was like, "What is this fucking movie?" I was like, "It's like she." I mean, spoilers. She dies, and then she's like, you know, haunting this girl, and the girl's getting sexual. It's just like, what? I don't know. I think it was maybe because I was working and watching, so I was working and I had a movie on, so I was kind of just like looking some and watching. So I think that made it harder to understand it, and it's weird enough as it is. And yeah, it was an odd movie. I don't know.
I just want to know what happened to all these kids that were in the beginning of the movie, the young version of all the main characters. Like Steve kidded with me whenever we did our own commentary for this a while back. He said they all fell off a bluff. I said, well, I hope not.
The kid who plays young Nick, he's in all the other
he is
Prom Night movies in different roles.
He certainly is.
He's in all 3 of them.
See, that's another reason why I like you being on here, TJ, is because you know all the trivia and all the trivia that I've forgotten about.
I know some things.
Yes, exactly.
I know some things.
And I met Michael Tuff, who plays the older Alex.
Jeff Wincott, he became a big action guy in the 80s and 90s.
He did. Antoinette Bauer's been in several Canadian features. And what do you know? Carl Zitter and Paul Jaja both did music on this movie.
They did a music for a Canadian production? No.
Yeah, imagine that.
And then there's some actor, Leslie somebody. I don't know what he did after this movie.
Yeah, I don't know what that dude did. Now, Peter Simpson, the producer, I've heard that he was kind of like a little rough around the edges, might be the best way to describe that guy. I mean, Paul Jaja had a lot to say about him if you watch the making of Prom Night on the Blu-ray.
I've never really, I have this movie on Blu-ray. Honestly, I have it on tape too. I've never really liked it very much, to be honest with you. Like, I've seen it a lot, and I don't hate it. I just, something about it, I just, I don't know if it's just the way it's shot. It's too TV movie to me. It's like, it reminds me of like a late 70s, early 80s TV movie or something. I just, and the killer, maybe I'll change my mind watching it. It has been a while, but I've never been in love with this movie.
I don't think Steve made fun of it a lot when we did the commentary for it, but I don't think he's a big fan of it. I think he prefers like Prom Night 2 and Prom Night 3. There is a 4th Prom Night as well.
Yeah, Deliver Us from Evil.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't hate this movie. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's kind of, I don't know. It's kind of paint by numbers for me. Like, but sometimes
a lot of people like the second one better than the rest of the series.
Yeah. Yeah, that second one is definitely memorable. That's crazy.
I think it's the same. The high school has the same name in that movie. I think that's the only real connection with the series.
Yeah, it's Hamilton High. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the look of this movie is very, I mean, it's a lot. It's like a lot of those movies back then, but the look of this movie reminds me so much of Curtains, especially the way they shot it. Something about the film, the way they did shoot the film, it's just very similar.
Yeah.
And it's maybe just that time period because so many of those had that same
Happy Birthday
camera.
To Me looks like that too.
Yeah, exactly.
Very
it's like
Canadian. Very Canadian.
Yeah.
That's probably what it is. Something with the way they. I've always wondered that. Is it the cameras they're using? Is it just the area?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Even My Bloody Valentine looks like that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's weird. You could point out a Canadian slasher. It's like you see it and you just know. You're like, this is Canada. Yeah.
It seems less Hollywood, if that makes any sense. The way it looks and the way it's shot, and it's just Hollywood makes different movies than Canada did, and everybody started going to Canada and making movies from America. So I mean,
yeah, look at what Bob Clark did. He moved to Canada and started making films in Canada. So.
My Tubi keeps freezing up. Where are y'all?
Robin's just falling out of the window.
Yeah. Okay.
Whoops.
That's kid logic for you.
They're little kids. They're not gonna put them.
That's
How stupid are these kids? Logic. And they all fall for it too. But, Kevin Williamson watched this movie a bunch of times, and then he wrote the script for I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Yeah.
That's probably exactly what he did, honestly. There's another movie. What's that movie from the 80s that's heavily probably was inspired Scream? Not Student Bodies. I know people joke about that one, but what's the one that you were reviewing the other day, Dana? It's
I'm trying to think.
The one with it's like he's got the black mask with like it's almost like Scream, but in the 80s. I forget the name of it, but I've seen it referenced a few times.
Is it Evil Laugh?
Evil Laugh, that's it.
Yeah, that was the only one I could think of. And they actually, the Barney character in Evil Laugh is a lot like Randy's character in Scream because he knows all the rules and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The files of police squad. He's investigating this murder right now.
O.J. Simpson's going to come out the back and help him. I wonder if that ever bothered him as an actor, like, because a lot of Jim Varney and people like that, where they get typecast and because they get so iconic as a character, and and people in real life think, well, that's what you are, but it's like you forget they're just acting, they're just playing a good character, But.
Okay, I'm wondering if this is a Canadian thing, and I asked this when me and Steve did our commentary. Why on earth did the cops bring the mother of this dead girl that just fell out the window to the site? Couldn't they have been a little bit? I mean, they're carrying her dead daughter out there with the sheet over her. It's like, I don't get it.
Because we need a red herring later in the movie. We need the red herring later in the movie. I don't want to say and spoil things for people who might not have seen this yet. But everybody, after this point, there'll be spoilers. So that's I'm warning people.
Okay, you guys heard that. TJ's going to spoil the movie for you. So if you ain't seen this damn thing, don't be.
I got season 2 of Chucky ruined for me, so I'm really upset about it.
I'm going to get.
You're going to ruin Prom Night.
Are y'all watching a YouTube link or?
It's a terrible copy of the movie.
Is it a direct?
I admit it is a terrible copy of it.
Is it director's cut?
No.
No, this one just says Prom Night 1980 full movie. Did you want me to put the? Oh, okay.
I see it now. Yeah, I was like, because that Tubi one is just freezing. I don't know why. That's weird.
This one may make you go blind, John, because the quality's so.
Oh yeah, this is like VHS.
Yeah, that director's cut, they put like deleted scenes from.
Yeah, they put the
DVD
TV scenes, and they took out the whole Leonard Murch storyline out of it. Yeah, there's Michael Tuff. I met him back when Jamie Lee Curtis was at Horror Hound, and he was really cool.
I love when Jamie Lee, after Halloween, she played 17 for the next 5 years. I think.
Exactly.
And she was 19 when she did Halloween. So by the time she did like Trading Places. She was actually when she did Terror Train, which is supposed to be their graduating college class. She's probably about the age she should have been. So, but up until that point, she was playing like 17, 18.
The thing that stuck out to me about this movie as a kid was as Joe Bob would say, gratuitous disco.
Yeah.
Like it's just like the disco and the
Disco
prom night, that scene. Yeah, like that song. I swear, when I watched that movie, I watched it. It was like when
we're in
came
America.
Out. Oh yeah.
Yes.
You look at the flag. We're in America. Shh. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying that song is just like it just sticks with you. It's like watching Mutilator, that Fall Break song.
Yes.
You're just like the next few days you're singing it and you're like, why is it?
You don't want to, but it gets stuck in your head and you can't help it.
Yeah.
I'll be cleaning the house and singing Fall Break on it, on and on. So
did you know the brother was drinking milk out of a beer mug? That was just weird to me. I just thought.
And was he eating a ding dong or a cup with chocolate cupcake with his milk?
That sounds like what I would eat in the morning at going to school.
Oh my gosh, I've ate cold pizza for breakfast. I've ate, all kinds of unhealthy things for breakfast.
Oh, here comes the scream. I mean, the not scream phone calls.
Yeah.
Yep. Kevin Williamson didn't see any of these movies.
Definitely.
It's like, I think it's funny that Jude here, she might seem a little concerned, but like if I was getting a phone call like this, I'd be very concerned.
Well, this was very Halloween, like John Carpenter said. The girls weren't paying attention to really because they were worried about their hair and going to the dance. They weren't noticing really what was going on. Though
she's going to be worried about having sex in the van with.
She's the least worried in this movie. The other girls seem a little bit more like.
Do you know who this woman is, TJ? Do you know whose mother she is?
Now that I'm on the spot, I can't remember.
She is actually the character of Wendy, played by Eddie Benton. That's her mother.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and there's the proverbial Slick there, and he thinks he's slick. He's gonna run over her,
with the 18 van.
Yeah. I think he might have actually been like his age. Like I think he's like supposed to be like I think he's like 16 or something like that, 17.
You know what Steve said when we did the commentary? He said, "What's he got that track suit on? He don't fucking run."
But there is something with this movie, and maybe now that I'm watching this, I bet this was a VHS rip, but watching it, I don't know with the Blu-ray if it looks like this, but it does seem like there's this foggy haziness.
It's a haze,
in the movie. And I don't know if that's like a camera trick or what they're doing, but I remember as a kid noticing that. It's like something they're doing. Everything looks dreamlike, kind of.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anybody's ever asked Paul Lynch that, the guy that directed it.
I haven't seen the Blu-ray for a while, so I'm not sure. Like, I know the quality's a lot better than this.
Yeah, it's probably the best you're ever going to see it, unless, of course, a 4K ever comes out, and you know good and well I'm going to buy a 4K if it comes out.
Synapse has it, right? Because that's the Blu-ray, I think.
Yeah.
I believe so.
With this questionable artwork that they did for the other side. It kind of looks like Jamie Lee Curtis, and then there's a random girl who's not in the movie at all, but whatever.
Right.
I think they were trying to recreate the original poster where there's a girl and a knife, but it whatever.
Didn't quite work. Now, actually, that artwork, I believe, is not exact, I don't think, but it's similar to the artwork on the original VHS tapes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's Jeff Karate Man Wincott. There we go.
He's a jerk on here, or his character's a jerk on him.
Did girls dress like businesswomen back in the 80s? Teenage girls. She's got the
I
little
don't know
the
if
skirt
teenage
and
girls did,
the
but
little tie kind of shirt. I'm like, Jamie Lee Curtis is in like jackets and stuff. I'm like, what? Did they dress like this? I mean, come on. It's like Cagney and Lacey are going out to.
right.
Yo, kids know Cagney and Lacey? Probably not.
Oh, now here's a fashion statement that I don't like. When guys would wear their sweaters wrapped around their shoulders, like, and just have them tied like that. I hated that.
Very yuppie. The yuppies.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just realizing Paul Zaza, I think y'all might have said this earlier, but yeah, he did the score for Prom Night and Curtains and the Bob Clark movie. So that's maybe the connection in my head somewhere is all that.
Right.
Something, yeah.
If this is their house, why does it look like it's a hallway to an office building?
Why does it look like an apartment building? I mean,
Yeah, maybe he's divorced and he's living with his son. This is what just I don't understand what's going on.
They never explain where Nick's mother is, if she's dead or if his parents are divorced.
It looks like an office building. I'm sorry.
And it's kind of cringy to hear his dad say, "I wish I had your women problems."
Great writing.
Now, this part of the movie, I'm like, I don't really believe it. This part of it, like, this guy is another red herring where you're like, can we believe this guy is possibly a killer? Especially when like we know what happens at the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, and they are under the impression that he killed Robin.
Yeah, this seems like an extra thing to add to the movie that might not really be necessary.
I think that's why when that person did the director's cut, they said that whole subplot with Leonard Merch, they wanted to take it out. I don't think it's needed, actually. You could have had a very good film without that.
It seems like a different movie, like two movies put together and like, oh, we need this cop drama, so we're going to throw this in here.
Yeah, there's something about this movie that is just, even though it's a slasher, it does not feel like a lot of slashers. Like something's just, I don't know.
It's almost like they didn't want to follow the complete formula for a slasher. They had a few of the tropes in there, but
it's kind of like When a Stranger Calls, because you get the cop drama within the slasher movie part, and it's like,
and you have that part with that woman, not Carol Kane, but the Colleen Dewhurst character in When a Stranger Calls. That whole extra part.
Yeah, to me, like the pinnacle slasher, just my opinion, aside from Halloween, is just like Black Christmas and My Bloody Valentine. Like that's like those are like the two to me that are like neck and neck close with like approaching what that should be.
Yeah, they insert the cops better in those two movies than these movies are trying to do. Good one.
But there's so many. I mean, it's just I've said this before. There's so many slasher movies. It's crazy how many they made. It's just
new ones keep coming up from the 80s. I never heard of them. I'm like, where does this movie come from? And like, it's usually Vinegar Syndrome releasing them. But I'm like, where was that? And how come I never heard of that? And it's like,
I used to think that was just a thing people said because I used to watch all those documentaries where people talked about slasher movies. And I thought, how many can there be? There's like, 30, 40? And then as I got older, I'm like, fuck, no, there's like 100. This was a thing. Like Hollywood's systems literally were sitting down going, okay, how many of these things can we shell out every year? You know,
and they kept making money.
It's crazy.
There's a lot of direct-to video stuff. This movie called 555, which is
holy crap. 555.
That was a very, very limited budget.
And that had limited everything, I think.
That's why people, as much as people like make fun of Scream now, it really deserves the credit for what it did, bringing back that whole genre. Because in the mid-90s, that was just so unheard of for it. Just the way it came out of nowhere, and it brought back the old style. But it also introduced kids to something they had never seen before and didn't know. You know.
Yeah.
But of course, I mean, it's played out now. But
Yeah, because things went along pretty good for a while after Scream came out, but then it kind of it went backwards, I think, and people all of a sudden forgot how to make a competent horror movie. I'm not just saying a good horror movie. I'm talking about a competent horror movie.
This guy's way too old for school.
Yeah.
Oh, let me just unbutton one button, and then I'm him now.
And a lot of times with the movies that do that, like Scream, or there's usually like one or two movies that bring a genre back or bring a genre up, and then there's a lot of copycats and a lot of wannabes,
Mhm.
and that's how I feel like about like movies like Ring and Ringu. Like those are good, but then you had a lot of shit behind it. It's just like, copying.
I saw a
it,
boom
trying
in the
to-
shot.
I missed that.
Really?
It's like right
I didn't
above
see-
them while they were at the locker.
Wow.
I think because this is a full screen, they probably would have cropped it out.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's my first gripe with this movie. Why are all the girls who caused the death of Jamie Lee Curtis's sister friends with her, except for the one? Why are did they get amnesia? Or, I mean, I get they're little kids, but they didn't forget any of that. I mean, the only one who has remorse is the boyfriend.
Yeah.
Who I don't know how you can be a boyfriend of a girl who killed her sister, and then Wendy, who's just a bitch. And I'm like, what is? Is she also don't remember? She's just a bitch to be a bitch, or like, is she feeling guilty? So that's why she's a bitch. But why would you?
I think Wendy's just a bitch. I think she came out of the womb being a bitch.
But like the other two girls, it's like, how do you not remember? What is the deal? That's where I'm like, I know it's just a horror movie, but it's like, and you're not.
Yeah, but
just
that
like,
doesn't make sense.
you're
I
just
feel
No,
like
I get it.
passing friends. You like hang out with them, and you've probably been over their house, and it's like, how do you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not logical at all.
Mm-mm.
Ah.
I think like of her movies that she, her slasher run, that the initial run that Jamie Lee did, aside from like Halloween 1 and 2, I mean, I think the movie is not perfect or great, but I think she did pretty good in Terror Train. Like
I think
acting
she
wise.
did too. A lot of people have gripes about Terror Train, though.
Yeah, and she like the Fog. She's fine in the Fog. She's kind of just like there, just like Tom
Right.
Atkins' girlfriend in the movie. I mean, it's not really like much she can do.
Mm.
Like even in the end when they're banging on the church wall, screaming and stuff, it's kind of funny. Like she's not really given much to do, but I do think like Terror Train, she's given a little more range to like act, I guess. So
Yeah, and in The Fog, she's just sort of the side character to Tom Atkins, and they're basically a buddy team, but he's more. Connected to it than she is.
Guys, I'm going to step away for just a second because Steve's asking about pills for Brandon. Hold on. Y'all can just keep entertaining.
yeah, I think that the Fog has always to me been more about Adrienne Barbeau. That's more like her movie.
She's the anchor for the whole movie. Yeah.
And she does I think she does really good in that, honestly. I mean, I like all of her stuff, but I think that's like the one where she gets the most to do, at least.
That and like Swamp Thing, I think.
Yeah, she was. Swamp Thing is, oddly enough, I was watching Return of Swamp Thing last night. I had it on. I was working and I put it on. I hadn't seen that in so long. That's a funny movie too. Jim Wynorski did it.
Heather Locklear, yeah. Riff Tracks, it's a Riff Tracks live with, and they did that movie recently.
Really? Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, I've been to one of their things for Sharknado. I've never been to any of the. I've been to the show, but it wasn't a live one. It was live, but they weren't there. They were like broadcasting it at the theaters.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I went to a couple of those. I went to the Mystery Science. They were doing lives for a while before, like maybe the year before the pandemic. I think I saw them do a live show.
Wow.
It was pretty good.
Man.
Yeah, this whole interaction with Wendy and Jamie Lee Curtis's character, I'm like, what is going on here? And it's like, you killed her sister. Why are you being such a like? It's like I said, she's trying to overcompensate, but it's like then she's like, well, your boyfriend's gonna be mine eventually, so deal with it. I'm like, where did this come from?
Yeah, she wants Nick back. She's got old Lou. Why don't she just go hang out with Lou?
And actually, was she friends with Jamie Lee's character before the breakup with Nick?
I don't think they've ever been friends.
Just like with the other two girls, I'm like, why are they friends? And then why is Wendy like she is? And it's like,
these are supposed to be like senior pictures, and some of these are so funny.
And I like how they're so close to each other in like their ages. I mean, their names in the yearbook.
Right, like everybody that's a principal player is. Right.
I guess they all had homeroom together, but I don't know. And then there's this random blonde girl who's friends with everybody too, and I'm like, okay, she's not. Yeah. We know she's gonna live because she wasn't one of the girls at the beginning. So, yeah, if you're a fan of slashers and you see this movie, you're like, all right, we know who's gonna get killed. We just don't know when.
Right.
Jude just wants to get laid. That's the.
She would never go for him in real life. Come on.
I do think I won't go into this too far because I know we talked about it before, but I do agree. You know, I was thinking about this a few weeks back during Halloween stuff. The Burning, I do think The Burning is a better movie overall than Madman. Like I was watching it and I was like, I think in the end it is a better movie. I still prefer Madman, but I think like it's structured a little more and there's a little more to it. Madman is just kind of like a funny, quirky, independent horror movie. The Burning is actually a slasher movie where you could tell there was probably, I don't know, it seems like maybe a little more budget and a little more
thought
structure. Yeah, I mean, I could see that.
I'm not saying I hate Madman, but I'm like you, John. I think that The Burning is a better structured, better made horror film.
I just love Madman because it's just so strange. It's just that movie's just I've seen it so many times. I'm like hooked. You know, it's like Miami Connection. I've seen it so much, I'm hooked. I can't help it anymore.
And the music,
yeah, like I've lost perspective on whether or not the movie's good. I'm a fan at this point.
Sometimes it doesn't have to be good. There has to be like Terror on Tour. I know that is not a good movie. I know that.
Yeah.
But is it fun? That's the question you got to ask yourself sometimes. And yeah, it's fun. I think the Terror on Tour is fun as hell. Yeah. It doesn't always make sense. It's got goofy ass characters in it. And they're doing goofy ass things. But I have fun with the movie. I'm never bored with that movie.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot like that I watch that I can safely say it's total dog shit, but I just love it for some reason. I think I only get confused with people where it's opinions where people like a bad movie, but they say it's really good. Like, I don't mind liking something, but when people are like, no, it's really great. And I'm like, I mean, it is subjective, but like there are objective points you can look at, like camera work and quality and writing and structure. I mean, you can measure some things to say this is probably not put together very well.
No.
You know.
By the way, I'm an idiot for just realizing Wendy is Chris and this guy is John Travolta from Carrie. I just realized they're basically the same setup for the characters.
Funny.
I'm like,
Right.
why
It's
did I
kind
just
of
figure
like
out?
this. It's kind of like the same setup.
Yeah, she's like the bitchy, stuck up character, and then he's the punk that she's just going with because she knows he can mess things up later. It's like
Volkswagen Beetle.
Yeah, somebody was bringing 71 says this VW bug is too strange since it was like 3 years after Bundy was put in jail.
It's like every horror movie. Maybe, and it probably just because it was common, but it's like it's always the fucking Beetle. Always. It never starts. And I don't, and it may just be because the Beetle was a popular car. Maybe that's just the reason. I don't know.
Could have been, but you are right about that. It's just they show up in all these early horror films, especially like Friday the 13th Part 2.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's a VW bug in it.
And she's got problems when she's pulling up. It's like not working. She's driving up, Jenny or whatever.
Well, Kristen in Elm Street 4, she doesn't have a bug, but she has a VW convertible.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, maybe the VW is a good horror movie vehicle, maybe.
Here they go again, trying to make us think it's the United States.
Yes, there's mountains like this. Okay, here's where Nick shows guilt about what happened when he was younger.
Yeah, he really wants to tell her, but I don't know. I know they were kids when it happened, but how in the heck do you keep that under your hat for 6 years?
And when you go over the house to pick up your date and you look at the photos of the girl you accidentally killed.
Yeah.
You can't do that. That's impossible.
I'm going to give a spoiler away right here because I was thinking about this when Steve and I did the commentary, and then I forgot to mention it. But at the beginning, when they accidentally cause the death of Robin, the only one of the kids that doesn't say "I swear," where Wendy tries to make them all swear that they'll never tell.
Mm-hmm.
Nick says he says I'll never tell, but he doesn't swear. The rest of them swear. Nick is the only one that doesn't get killed off out of that bunch.
He's also the only one that doesn't answer the phone.
Yes, that too.
So you can give 2 reasons why he didn't get killed. He didn't answer the phone. That's like in the newer Screams. They're like, I don't care if you don't answer the phone. I'm going to kill your ass.
Yeah.
Hello, butts. There's no T, but we get some A in this movie.
Oh, yes. Well, we're gonna get to see some boobies. I don't know how good we're gonna see them on the
in this version, no.
the YouTube version that looks so bad.
One big gripe that I have is and Rambo Raph for life. I know y'all probably, I'm assuming y'all know who that is. Rambo.
Yeah.
He ranted about this once to people. Like, I hate when people say slasher movies are not good or they say it's a slasher movie. Why do you need story? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Some of the best slashers are good movies. Like, that kills me when that argument is made. Like, oh, it's a slasher. It should just be stupid. There should be nothing to it. Like, no. That rule is just because there's a lot of movies like that doesn't mean that's the rule. It's just,
it doesn't have to be mindless entertainment.
I mean, there can be bad slasher or there can be stupid slashers that you like, but it's like, because it was something about, he was talking about the slashers that he likes, and someone was like, well, it's a slasher. They're not supposed to be good movies. And it's like, I don't know. I don't believe that,
At least Rambo's honest, though. He doesn't follow like any sort of code or something. If he doesn't like something, he's going to tell you. If he loves something, he's going to tell you, and he doesn't care what anybody else says. Right. And I respect him a lot for doing that.
Yeah, I don't agree with like a lot of his opinions on stuff, but I respect his honesty.
Sorry.
Yeah, but no, I respect the honesty. I I always respect people being honest and real about stuff like that, even if it's a different take. You know.
This
I
guy.
I like his rants.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what like if I want to like a legitimate like a review that's not him just yelling about the movie. He'll write rant when he was just ranting about the movie, but when he's like seriously talking about it, like not that he's not serious when he's ranting, but you know.
Yeah.
Like I know depending on what my mood is, what I want to hear. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did one for Clerks 3 the other day that I watched, and I was like,
oh yeah,
I was
saw
laughing
that
so hard because I didn't watch Clerks 3 yet, but I just knew like everything I've heard. I was just like, I gotta watch this. I just know he's gonna lay into it. So
They
See,
always
Wendy has
have,
a friend.
yeah. Everybody, all these bitchy girls in these movies always have a friend that they just abuse verbally all the time, and like she's gonna tell her, "Just shut up." Here in just a second. Let's. Why
Well, at
would
least
you
she's like,
want to
Wendy,
be
come on, we gotta
somebody's
go. All right, move your ass. Yeah, we know you want to lose your virginity to Jude. We know. I mean, whatever the hell her boyfriend's name is.
Drew?
Drew. Yeah, it's so close. I was close.
I do like what the killer does with the shards of glass and how it reflects back to there was broken glass when Robin died.
mm-hmm.
And the killer takes the broken glass and puts it on their pictures and puts them in their lockers.
That's another thing. Jude and her meet up and they hold the pictures with the glass up to each other and she loads, Jude, why? And I'm like, because you killed the girl 10 years ago. What the hell? How do you not remember?
Right.
My big gripe, though I like watching this movie. I was once watching a TV show with a friend and people were doing stupid things and I was yelling and he's like, well, if you don't like the show, why watch it? I'm like, I like the show. It's just, I want to point out when people are doing stupid things.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I don't like it. It's just, you got to point out. I was watching Scream 4 with a friend last night and I was just complaining about how some stupid stuff happened. And it was like, yeah, Scream 4 is not a good example, but
yeah, Scream
it's not
4,
bad, but
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Scream 4 myself.
Yeah,
I'm not either.
Yeah. I don't hate it, but it's weak. It's the weakest for me of all of them.
And speaking of stupid things in movies, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but when they were peeking out the back door of like the locker room, there was a plate on that door that said "Girls Change Room. All visitors must report to the office." I said, why would any visitor be coming up to the girls' change room and wanting to go into that to get into the building? Why
did she just leave her friend alone? She just left her friend alone after she saw the glass thing. What? Would you be reporting that to somebody? Especially since your father is the principal? No? Okay, fine.
Well, the TV scenes, they actually explain this a little more. They show Jamie Lee Curtis going into the principal's office and wanting to talk to her father.
With the secretary, with the the leotard and working out and shit. Yeah. We see later at the dance.
Yes, and it makes no sense in the context of the movie without those TV scenes. To see her, it's like, who is this? And why is she dancing with this other dude? We don't even know who she is.
Yeah, I remember the first time I watched it, I was like, I just thought it was a random, extra. May have been a teacher or whatever. Then when you see the deleted scenes, you're like, oh, well, you know better. But it's like, eh.
So do y'all like Jamie Lee Curtis better with longer hair or shorter hair? Or medium length hair, I guess.
Probably.
I love her face in this.
I don't know. I kind of like the short hair. Well, It's fun. I always think of True Lies. So like I always,
yeah.
I don't know. I loved her in that movie. I just thought she did that so well, like that whole role and
Yeah.
the fish out of water when she finds out Harry's in the CIA and all. But I don't know. I mean, classic long hair, but I think as she got older, I think short hair I liked more.
I sort of like the messy, like it is now. Sort of the messy. It's longish, but it's not, But I mean, I could, whatever.
I like how she had it put up when they were in the locker room when she was taking the shower, and she had it. I always love that. I like to do that with my hair too, like have the little tendrils hanging down a little bit and have it partway put up. But my hair doesn't behave so well, so it's either put mine in a ponytail or just have it down and comb it the best I can and let it go.
Speaking of True Lies, did you ever see years ago she would say she always thought her True Lies character was Laurie Strode grown up, like how she would be?
What?
She had said that
I
in an
heard
interview.
that.
It might have been.
I didn't know that.
It was after True Lies. I forget exactly, but she's like, I considered her like the older version of Laurie, like what Laurie would grow up to be as a person.
Weird. No, I never.
Yeah, I wish I had like a clip of it, but like it did. I swear to God, I saw her say it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Did y'all see those like those, I don't know if they were video clips or just pictures. I think there was video clips too. And it was older Jamie Lee Curtis, but she was recreating her mom, Janet Leigh's shower scene from Psycho.
Yeah, that's when she did the second season of Scream Queens, the TV show.
Oh, okay, that's where
she did a publicity photo with her because they did a scene in that second season where she's in the shower and it's replicating that scene. Yeah.
I didn't ever care for this. Might seem like blasphemy to people, but I tried watching that Scream Queen show and I just did not didn't care for it.
The I'd say the first season is definitely better than the second season, but yeah, I could see not liking that. Like I said, she's dressed like a teacher. What is this business jacket and pantsuit that she's wearing?
Okay, so Jude's gonna find her.
Yeah,
she's gonna find her picture with the glass shard,
and it's not gonna bring up any thoughts in their heads at all.
She just kind of frowns, and then Kelly's gonna come up.
And if someone says it's a mirror, not a window, you can drop dead. Why? Because you killed a little girl.
I guess they thought that we didn't tell anybody, and
yeah, but they didn't react like
could possibly have seen us.
Yeah, but they didn't react like a secret they've been keeping for years has been uncovered. They're just acting like, what is this for?
Yeah, what is this?
Because she says why. She doesn't say, you remember? Or something like that. They did a lot better, and I know what you did last summer. Everybody got the note, and they're like, oh.
Yeah, this is what girls do. They like lay there with their with their tops open and like they peek down at their underwear and their pants and stuff. Yeah,
isn't she talking to the dude, so she's being all sexy with herself. I
don't think I've ever done anything like this before.
Also, they're like, okay, you're not going to go topless. Could you at least show us your bra?
Okay, here's a question I have. What in the hell is this, like the dress part when she's actually dancing and stuff? But this looks like an old grandma outfit when she's got the jacket part of it with it. It does not look like a prom outfit.
I think it's a 70s into the 80s type of like, we don't know what to do with the fashion, so we're sort of in between. Like all the 70s stuff rolled over into the 80s, and you didn't get like the 80s fashion till like 82, 83 as it went along. And then you had the specific look and everything.
See, he looks like a Naked Gun right there.
Yes.
Exactly.
Great beaver. Thanks. I just had it stuck.
I know when I went to my prom way back in a long time ago. It was a long time ago. Because I graduated in 94, but I wanted to wear a long dress when I went to prom. And like I had like a medium length dress when I got to go. But that year, most of the girls were wearing those short, tight fitting dresses. And I just didn't like that. I mean, I might have been out of place, but I wanted to wear something that was longer and more loose fitting.
I skipped prom. I never went. I
I
only went to
probably
one.
should have, John. I probably should have.
I only went to one high school dance, and they played Limp Bizkit and Juvenile. So that should tell you. It was like
Oh,
year 99 or 2000. It was
all
like,
right.
yeah. It's the only time I've ever been to one.
I used to go to quite a few school dances, but prom, I thought about it, and it was one of those things with me that I felt like if I didn't go at least my senior year, then I would years later wake up from a dead sleep and be like, I didn't go to prom. It would be one of those things, and now I'm like, what is it? It's not that big of a deal, anyways. And I didn't have a date. I just went with a bunch of friends. One who did have a date and ended up disappearing at the after prom party, and you know what they were doing.
Tease, look at the
And,
photo. Does he do this every time he visits her? He's like, oh, I remember when I killed you. Oh, hey, you look great. What the hell?
I killed your sister, but you look great.
I wish with at least the other two girls who were friends with her, I wish they at least had a little scene where at least they were maybe looking at a photo or they were reminiscing. So at least there was some guilt there, but not a total, I forgot that it ever happened situation.
See that picture up close, you can tell who it is. When it was kind of a distance when he was looking at it, I thought it was Mama Fratelli or something. I couldn't make out what I was seeing. I was like, what?
By the way, this was the dress she had when the girl dropped her off in Halloween 2. So this is
right.
That's funny.
And this is the maid or the grandmother? I'm so
Well,
confused.
see, that's what I always would ask. Is that like, is that her grandmother? Is she living with her grandmother, or is that the maid? But whoever it is, gosh, she's mean to her.
I mean, that doesn't bother me as much as the amnesia part, but I'm like, okay, that's goofy. Let's go on now. We've seen her twice.
This is back in the days when everybody was smoking. You know, she was smoking before she left the house, and Lou's smoking and drinking.
This was her dream to go to the prom in this car with these dudes.
and a bunch of his deadbeat friends.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like in old movies and old like TV shows too, they're just people are smoking. People are smoking like they're drinking water. Like it's just like Three Stooges episodes and shit. They're just going. Like,
well,
it's not real, you know. It's like
it's so weird too because there are so many places that you can't smoke now, and you know, I'm not against people smoking. Like my mom has smoked for years. I just wish she would quit for her health. I'm not one of these people that's going to go around going every time somebody lights up a cigarette. You know, if it affects you, okay. But I know people that just want to be obnoxious because somebody's smoking. But I was watching Hospital Massacre, or X-Ray is the other title for it.
Oh, the Barbie Benton one?
Barbie Benton's character is smoking in the hallway in the hospital. I was like, that would never happen now.
You watch old movies, doctors are smoking in the rooms and all over the place too. It was a big thing. They used to smoke all the time. Schools, and there was no like you can't smoke here. Now I think like certain TV shows like you can't smoke smoking, or it's a rating, it's a higher rating or whatever.
smoking makes it rated R. Even if
Yeah.
you're not smoking marijuana, it's it's still rated R.
This reminds me nothing of the Prom Night in the 2000s at all.
Thank God.
The worst slasher movie ever made.
Is that the
PG-13
one?
even.
Is
And
that
it's
the one
like
where he's
it's not
like
even.
under the
People
bed?
always like it's the Prom Night remake. It's not a remake. They just use the title. There's nothing about it that's a remake. Anyway.
I don't know, John. I've never watched it. I never had the urge to watch that remake.
It's not good.
Is that the one where he's under the bed and he's like looking at her in the mirror and he like comes up or something? Like, because I think I saw it once, like Brittany Snow.
Yeah, it's like yeah. It's at a
isn't
hotel. The prom is at a hotel.
And it's got that guy who was like, I forget his name. He was in like a few good movies and then he got shit canned into making really bad movies for like ever. Because he was in like that. He was in a vampire movie where he was the Forsaken. I forget his name. Jonathan something. Like he's one of those actors that he had a couple of good roles where he was like actually in real movies. And then it's pretty clear he just, you know.
Yeah, Jonathan Shrek.
Yes, that guy.
Hey, I'm going to ask TJ this since he knows all the trivia about these movies. Okay, when Slick
Then I don't know it, and I'm gonna get mad at me. Anyway.
when Slick gives something to Nick, what is it? Is it a condom? What is it? Because you can't really see, and you can't even see in the Blu-ray version either what it is he gives him.
I don't know.
And he says just a token. Is that what? And so I don't know if he gives him a condom, if he gives him a joint, because
It sounds like marijuana. Though a toke.
Yeah.
Tokeism is marijuana. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at Jonathan Shrek. It's so he was in That Thing You Do, which was, pretty big movie.
Yeah.
And then he's in Prom Night, Roadhouse 2,
Oh,
Day of the Dead Bloodline.
Oh, that's terrible.
So it's like, oh God. I feel like once you start going down that road as an actor, you can't get off that road. It's so hard.
Yeah.
Rude.
I used to be into acting and I made some movies with friends and I was trying to do acting for a while. So I always would hear those stories about like, don't do this or don't do that. Or, if you do this, this is what you can expect. So,
John Smith's wanting a timestamp. Well, let me get that for you, John. 54 minutes in.
Which I was going to say earlier too. You were talking about. I know TJ. You said you make like movies and stuff. It's people don't give credit enough to how hard it is to make a movie. Like,
oh yes,
you have to fucking love it. You have to. It is so much easier to just do a 9-to-5 job. It is like a million times easier to just go to work and do a 9-to-5 job. Mm-hmm. Making films is so hard. That's why, like, I never try to just totally just say a movie is just crap because I think about the work. Because we did one feature-length movie, some friends of mine, and we did it for 2 years. And just knowing what we had to go through for that, it's not easy. But
okay, here's the big dance scene. And Steve made fun of this too. Like he said, did they really do that back then? He said slapping butts and stuff like that. Like
yeah.
And I've told this story before. I watched it, or I introduced a girl or a lady that I used to work with back home, my first library job. I introduced her to this movie, and she remembered disco and stuff. She laughed her ass off at this scene.
It goes on for a really long time, too. It really just keeps going. Like, it's like to the point where you think, surely they're going to cut here. There's going to be a cut.
Nope.
No.
And Casey Stevens, who plays Nick here, he told the filmmakers that he could dance, and he couldn't dance. And Jamie Lee Curtis had to basically show him how to dance.
Because she started off as a dancer first, so she had said in an interview that she really liked, this was like the best part of it because she got to show off she was a dancer, and even though it's this kind of cheesy disco stuff, she had some moves and stuff like that, and yeah, she just did a flip. I mean, come on. Yeah, I think you're saying about movies. Yeah, that's why I'm like, when people say, "Oh, that's a crappy movie," and how did people make a movie so bad? It's like, you don't intend to make a movie bad. Sometimes it just works out that way because of the time constraints and what you have to do to make the movie. I'm like, I don't do any, I have no money. So when I make something, I try to do the best I can. Like,
it's from your heart. You're doing something that you mean something. Yeah.
Right.
It's like I'm one of the people who I was not a fan of Terrifier. Didn't like Terrifier 2. But I totally get what they're trying to do with that movie. I totally get that it's a splatter fest thing. They're trying to do a special effect, the makeup effects thing, and it's trying to be an homage to that early 80s like feel of just kind of throwing it all at the screen. And I mean, I get it. It's not my cup of tea, but I respect it. And I think for what they did, it is very impressive. I mean, I would never, that's like you said, though, I can't totally shit on a movie. Like if it's a movie that like Charles Band did, where he literally hired some people and just kind of threw $10 at it and he's just trying to earn a profit. Yeah, I could probably shit on that, but if it's a labor of love, I try not to be too brutal, even if I don't like it. But
yeah,
that's how I feel about my writing. I've talked a little bit on some of these streams that I love writing poetry and short stories and stuff like that. And I wanted to be the next Stephen King at one point in time, and now I'm like, it's too late for me to do that. At 46, I don't think I could make a career in writing, but I really wanted to at one time. It just was one of those things where time got away from me, and now I'm where I'm at, and I love being married and all this stuff, but everything has to take precedence over the stuff you really love doing. But that's what I always thought about my writing, was it was a labor of love. And I've tried reading Steve some of my poetry. I have books and notebooks of poetry that I've written over the years. And Steve kind of laughed at it. He kind of hurt my feelings because he was like, "Really, Dana? Look, this is the kind of poetry you were writing." But then I have other people tell me I write really well. So,
well, writing's one of those things where you could do it when you're 50 and 60, and I mean, not everybody's going to be successful in it, but a lot of people. There are a few people out there like, oh, some 60-year-old grandmother starts writing and she becomes successful. Like, I know, I wish I had examples, but it does happen. So I mean,
yeah, it certainly does.
So,
and I keep thinking that I'm going to put pen to paper or, start typing something up on the computer. But I'm one of those people that I'll wake up out of a dead sleep and have an idea.
mm-hmm.
I even do that with live streams now. I'll just, all of a sudden it'll come to me, "Oh, I haven't done a live stream on this. I'll do that."
yeah.
And a lot of times I got to write that stuff down before it goes out of my brain and I forget about it. But that's what I used to do with writing a lot. I would have an idea and I would have, if I was in bed, I'd have to get up, grab my notebook and just, start writing down stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm not a very structured person when it comes to that. After it's done, then I can sit down and actually type it up on a computer, or I used to use a word processor many moons ago.
Yeah.
I thought that thing was the coolest thing in the world when I got one of those. But yeah, I could talk forever about writing and stuff like that. And my cousin Jed, that I talk about a lot, he's still yet into horror movies, and he's kind of like Rambo. He's kind of like into all movies, and he's really passionate about the stuff he likes and really passionate about the stuff that he doesn't like. And he tried making movies with his friends back when he was in high school and stuff.
Mm.
And I love that he took it so seriously, what he was doing. It didn't matter that he was making this little movie with his friends. He took it seriously. He had the mind of a Hollywood director, but he was a high schooler. But I always felt bad for him because his friends didn't take it as seriously as he did. I mean, he was like, we're making a movie. We're actually making something. And they were like, you know, we're just playing around here. And no, he was taking it seriously. And then he would turn these little movies, these little shorts essentially over to me, and I would do Foley sound on them, and I would edit them for him, and add, you know, music that wasn't copyrighted. I would have temp music on there. Like I used Led Zeppelin as a temp track. I think that don't they have a song called Black Dog or something like that? I think I was using Black Dog as the temp track for the opening of a movie he had done. Of course, I couldn't leave it on there because if he put that out anywhere, it was going to be
royalties.
Yeah, you can't use that song. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
But he did some really good work. I feel like he did. I made Steve sit down and watch one of the films that Jed did, and he's like, Dana, don't ever make me watch that again. And I hope my cousin Jed never watches this and hears this because it might hurt his feelings. But I think it was a very competent short film that he made for the age he was.
My friends and I used to make a lot of movies when I lived in Mississippi, but that kind of ended once we all went our separate ways. But we did one feature length, and then we did a movie about Slender Man, and we probably had like a 40. We did not spend $40,000, but we probably had the equivalent of a $40,000 budget just based on the stuff we had. Like we had a free access to an abandoned college and all this shit. But we did a lot of short movies, and we would do odd things. Like I remember one time we did a rape revenge story, which is the weirdest thing. And where we were, it was like I don't know what it was. He and I was working one day, and he like called me, and he was like, I've got this idea of like something, and we can film it at the docks here. And I was like, what? And it's it is kind of funny sometimes when you look back on stuff and you think about the things you filmed, and you're like, this is a strange idea. But
his senior project, senior projects weren't things that I had to do when I graduated, but by the time my brother graduated and by the time Jed graduated, they wanted them to do senior projects. And you couldn't graduate unless you finished your senior project. And so they wanted you to do something that you were interested in possibly making a career out of. So Jed was really into the filmmaking at that time. That's what he wanted to do. And so he made a short film about Abraham Lincoln and Abraham Lincoln's assassination. And there were some, like, it was mostly the behind the scenes stuff that was funny. Because I put together a blooper reel for him for this short film and also for another one he did. But so he had the setups and all that. Yeah, he did have a guy playing Abraham Lincoln's wife. But I guess that was all he could get. He couldn't get a girl to come in there and you know, be Abraham Lincoln's wife in that scene. So it was really competently made, but Jed said he almost flunked because they just didn't like what he was doing with it. I guess they didn't feel like he worked hard enough on it or what. But those behind the scenes things and that blooper reel I pulled together was hilarious. Like the part where Abraham Lincoln's supposed to get shot, and he had a friend, Austin, who was a really tall guy. He got to play Abraham Lincoln. They put a beard on him, and the hat and all that. So the guy comes up, basically shoots him in the head, and Austin just kind of slumps over against the guy that's playing his wife in the movie. And in the behind the scenes, like blooper stuff, like they stood up and go, oh, like that. And it was just so funny to watch a guy screaming like a woman. And, they showed how they did special effects on the movie, what they were using to make their blood and all of that stuff. And I told him many times, I said, Jed, I think you really got something here. And I wish that he had been able to continue to do that, because he did end up going off to college, but then they kind of put him filming sporting events, and he did DJ work for a little bit for a college radio station, and he was really good at that too. But I don't think he's ever going to get to Hollywood at this point. But he really worked hard for a long time on that stuff.
My friend was like that. He was a director, and he's married now, and just kind of work. He doesn't do film stuff anymore, but he was really good with music. He would like make his own music with his movies, and he would just start doing piano shit like all the time. He would I'd go to his house, and he would be like, "What do you think of this?" He'd be like, "I was watching this earlier," and he would start playing something, and I was like, "Wow, that's pretty good." But I don't have that though. I'm just a fan. I just did the acting because I like doing the acting, and it was fun. But I don't have the artistic thing. My wife has that. She's good at like drawing and ideas and sketches. I don't have that like vision. For me, it's just fun to watch the movies now and talk about them.
I'm better at writing than like drawing or painting or anything like that. Now, my cousin Heather, she's the artist in the family. She can paint, draw, sculpt, all that stuff. She sculpted a winged dragon, and it just came out of her head, and she sculpted it. And I'm like,
wow,
I could never, ever do anything like that. And now she's going back to school to become an art teacher. So I think that's really great.
Yeah, you have to have a knack for that stuff. Sometimes it's easy to think. I don't know. I learned later on that I just like there's things that you are meant to do, and there's things that you want to do. And for me, like the movie stuff is just like a really big hobby. It's not really like what I'm meant to do. So I kind of accepted that. But sometimes it's hard when you struggle with that when you're younger because you don't know. But I'm too like logical and shit to be an artist. I don't have like that mentality that a lot of artists have. I'm too like procedural, logical, OCD about shit because I do have OCD. So it's just the way my brain works. I can't like. I respect people who can create and write and shit. It's hard because I just don't. I think of things sometimes, but I don't have like that ability to just sit down and go, I'm gonna write a script. Like I don't have that in me at all. No way.
Well, I think, wasn't it you, TJ, that was telling me it was easier to write scripts than to write other types of things like novels and short stories and all that?
I mean, with the script, you can be more vague about things. And for a script, you're writing it for the filmmaker. Mm-hmm. And a lot of stuff is you read the script and go, all right, what can we, like it'll say they fight. They don't get very specific about the fight. They just give you the basic idea. And you sort of have to build off of that. I think with writing, you have to be you got to talk about the fight and the punches and where someone lands. And you can be more vague when you write a script. You still have to convey your thoughts and what you want to happen. But a lot of times, like with writers, you get a director and the director decides, oh, we're going to do something different, or we're going to change things, or we're going to, that's why like a lot of older movies, like in the 80s and older, they'll talk about, oh, we had the script the guy who wrote the script on set, because we sort of, because not all directors write, so the director sort of has the person on, so like they can relay their ideas to the writer, and then the writer can write it into a form that the actors can read and the camera people can read. So,
and sometimes it changes daily. I've heard a lot of filmmakers say, or actors and actresses say, we were getting sides, like different things. They've changed the script every single day. Like, here's the new pages, and you got new dialogue or whatever. And
can you imagine them scripting out the fight in They Live? It's like put on the glasses, put on the glasses. It's like the way that whole scene goes. I mean, I imagine in the script it's like not that long, but that's like the greatest fight in any movie ever to me. Yeah,
I haven't really watched any behind the scenes for They Live, but I'm gonna assume that Roddy Piper, being the wrestler, he probably had an idea of how to fake a lot of it, and he probably had an idea of how he wanted the fight to go, with the parameters, what they had to do as far as the story. So I'm sure that was a lot of it too. And I don't think David Keith was a stuntman, but I'm sure he could, handle a lot of. He was a big guy. I mean,
he really wanted David Keith to wear those damn sunglasses.
I think a lot of fights and stuff in movies is choreography more than like the writer wrote what they're gonna do.
Yeah. It's impressive. I mean, I respect anyone that can, especially writing a script. I've helped a little bit on that kind of stuff before with notes, but someone who can sit down end to end and do that that's pretty impressive, because it's hard. It's not easy. People just think, who are not into that, they think it's so easy. They just are like, what's the big deal? It's like, well, yeah, try it. You got to create a whole world,
Well, I like horror, so I want to write horror. It's hard because I'm like, I've seen a lot of movies, and I'm like, if I come up with an idea, I gotta go, is this my idea, or is this something I've already seen? Right. And then I'll be like, because then also there are movies that I haven't seen. I'm like, checking the internet. Is my idea something that someone already did? I gotta, so you don't get these people going, well, you just copied something else. Well, you try to write something. You tell me.
Or you put a cease and desist letter. Don't do that anymore.
I'm reliving oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm reliving my childhood right now, because I'm realizing that I'm remembering how I felt as a kid, thinking I can't see a fucking thing in this movie. It's like the VHS. You can't see anything.
I told you you were going to lose your eyesight, John.
And I'm remembering this as a kid watching it. I'm like, I can't see what's going on.
But I did want to, the kill scene's not coming up for a few more minutes here, but when Wendy's demise comes, I think this is the best kill in the whole movie, and you don't see a damn thing. You just hear it. The killer's got the axe, and you hear him going, now, and you can hear it chopping, and it's all in your mind, but I still think this is the best kill in the movie.
I think the buildup helps a lot too, the chase.
Mm-hmm.
Because I did a short once, and I wanted the beginning to be a little uneasy, because it was, especially when it's a short, you want to convey everything you can within the time period. So I wanted to have this fight between this couple be sort of intense, because it's a slow buildup with my story. So I was like, all right, I want you to already be on your edge at the beginning. So when you get to the climax of what's going on, you're more apt to be like scared or jump or whatever. So I think the setup to this really helps. That's like the Sarah Michelle Gellar, I Know You Did Last Summer chase scene. I mean, you don't see anything, but the lead up to her getting killed is like the it really gets you like, oh, you're really like into what's going on, and you get really intense about what's going on. So
God, you're right. They really did. This is like Kevin Williamson definitely like just ripped this movie off. I can't unsee this now that you said that.
Sorry.
Because it makes sense that he would have. I just never put it together that this was kind of the basis.
That's like when Cunningham says, I don't know anything about Twitch of the Death Nerve when he did Halloween, Friday the 13th Part 2. I'm like, seriously, dude, we're going to really say that you had no idea? I mean,
How do y'all feel about the new show on Peacock?
I'm intrigued.
Which
I'm
show?
intrigued by it.
Friday 13th, the prequel.
Oh, I mean, it's something different because what are they gonna do? It's a big up in the air. I mean, it's pre-Jason, pre-Mrs. Voorhees, but is it gonna be leading up to Camp Crystal Lakes, or is it gonna be
They have
leading
rights
up to
to
the first
everything.
Friday the 13th? Or what it's gonna be is like that's gonna be what makes me interested. Right now, it's just like, oh yeah, they're doing a prequel, and it's like we're not getting information. So I'm like, I don't know what to feel right now.
They have access to everything apparently. The
That's right. Yeah.
showrunners. He said that they can do anything. The movie rights are at New Line though, but I just think that it's. I love Jason, but I just unfortunately we're all wanting something that doesn't exist. It's like that the Paramount system in the '80s. The way they made those movies it doesn't exist anymore. It's like it was shot on film. It was a genre that was fresh. It was a series of movies where they're trying to outdo each other. You know, like it's not that doesn't exist. It's kind of like me sitting here saying, "Well, I want to go to Pizza Hut in 1988 and go play the arcade games." That doesn't exist. I mean, I get why people say it, but it's just not there. And if the only way that would work to me is if you got a filmmaker who was like, okay, we're going to do this, and we're going to hire Tom Savini, and we're going to make Sean Cunningham on it, and we're going to shoot on film, and we're going to do this and this. And studios don't give a fuck about that anymore. They would just be like, they'd be like, why do we need to do that? Like, I don't know. I will watch it, but I just think unless they take it seriously, it's like, you know.
And they have access to everything, but if it's a prequel, what are they gonna do? Just throw hints for the next 12 Friday the 13th movies? Like we're gonna have the father of some character from Friday the 13th Part 8 be mentioned, or the grandfather? It's like, what are they gonna do if it's a prequel with the fact that they can use everything? That doesn't give me any information at all. That just makes fanboys go squeal.
Now, I still rant and go on about how I wish that we could have stuff back the way it was. But I'm like, John, we're never going to see that again. And I've had to reconcile myself to the fact that I'm never going to see stuff that I considered the classic horror, the horror that started it all. We're never going to see that, no matter how hard someone tries. We're never going to get it. And I think I'd even go so far as to say, even if somebody could use the same film stock that was used, if they could get Tom Savini back, there would still be something a little bit off about it. We'd still be able to say, oh, yeah, I can't lose myself in this and think it's the 1980s again. I don't even do that with Stranger Things. And Stranger Things you can tell they try to work hard to make that seem like you're watching something from the 80s.
They're putting a lot of modern humor in it too. That's one of the problems.
Yes.
With those things. They put a lot of modern sensibilities with those characters. Like they put a character in the 80s, but they give them humor and attitude of someone in 2022. Which is that's not the way it was.
No.
Or now, with Friday 13th, I mean, the way it would be, I mean, there would be so many people who would be against that just because of the women, like the whole idea of killing women and slasher. I mean, X did that. I mean, Ty West did it, but the only reason I think he got away with that is because it was a porn. Like he was doing a movie about them shooting a porn.
Right.
So, but I just think that's going to be a big hurdle for them because, modern generations of kids and all on Twitter, they're going to call it misogynistic. And like, it's just, I just don't know if that works in 2022. I mean, I don't know. Hope for the best, but.
Yeah, a lot of things aren't being allowed to work in 2022. People put themselves out there and people are like, what the hell are you doing? you can't do this. You can't do
Mm-mm.
that. And then you have, I talked about Rob Zombie and Rob Zombie's not subtle, TJ. The fact that Rob Zombie's not subtle, he's too excessive with a lot of his stuff, like with the remake stuff. For me,
Yeah.
he took Halloween and he made it too excessive. But then you've got somebody like Curly Jaws and most of his generation. They love that stuff. They do. They love it. It's their thing. Just like
Oh,
this stuff back in the 80s was our thing.
don't use old Curly as a barometer for people of his age.
Bless him.
Rob would
He's
be.
off on his own as an entity.
I think if he got, I don't know, it's too far gone with him because he kind of, I feel like at this point, anything Zombie had, like with his early movies where he was really good, I think at this point, he's either lost it or he just wants to fuck with the fans. Or he's just kind of like, oh, you don't like this? Well, I'm going to do it more. Like, what's the Office meme? I'm going to do it harder. Like, you don't like this? I'm going to make it trashier. Like, I don't think he's going to make a movie again like Devil's Rejects or anything. I don't see it happening. But
he's older and, things have changed. And I can't see him continuing from what people want him to go back to. And it's like, people don't like any of his newer stuff. I mean, Lords of Salem and though I saw an old, I don't know. Does Creepy Kentuckian, does he like that movie? Because I saw an interview back from 2015 where he said he liked Lords of Salem. So.
Yeah, I talked to him about that once. Lords of Salem when they released the Waxwork. I think he likes it. I don't hate the movie. I just think it goes downhill at the end. I think it's a really interesting movie, and then it's like it builds, and then at the end you've got the priest jerking off and all that.
I was like, what the heck?
It's just like he's got something very interesting. Sherry Moon Zombie is not horrible in it, and it's kind of creepy, and the witches, and there's something about it. And then at the very end, it's like Zombie just couldn't help him. It's like he's writing and he just couldn't help himself. He's like, so now we're just going to do some crazy shit.
Let's just throw a bunch of crazy shit up on the screen and see how it goes.
He's never made I don't know, pure movie where it's not referencing something else or a remake. Even like the Lords of Salem, he's sort of doing Suspiria, his version of Suspiria. Mm-hmm. And Fulci and stuff like that with like the ending and stuff like that. So it's like he's not like Eli Roth. His first few movies were basically doing his version of movies he loved when he was a kid. Mm-hmm. So I don't see Rob Zombie. I don't think he's ever done like a maybe House of even House of a Thousand Corpses, and maybe Devil's Rejects is more. But even then, he's sort of doing a Western, going after the bad guy type of movie. So he's never done like something that's not referencing something. So I don't know, maybe if he did something totally from scratch, even a different thing, maybe that's his next. If he's going to be doing movies anymore, that should be his next thing. Maybe I don't.
Even Eli Roth was talking about on Joe Bob. He was talking about how when he made Hostel, he said that every day he would pray to Lucio Fulci.
Yeah,
that was his thing. And I'm thinking, like, and you watch it, and I'm like, okay, that's what you were going for. Like,
that.
I don't think that worked for you, bud. But
not with that movie, it didn't.
Fulci, by the way, that was a great severed head moment with the guys.
Yes, that is actually the real actor with his head up through a hole.
Those are usually the best when it's the fake head, especially in the like lower budget movies. It's just like it doesn't work. But when it's somebody's head that's really their head, it makes it better. Like in Sorority Row, the original with the girl's head in the toilet and curtains. I think those work better than the fake. Like in Happy Birthday to Me, you see the fake head, and for a second it's actually the actress, but when it turns to the fake head, it's like two totally different things, and it's like. But I think that's a better way to do it if you can. Like, like an Evil Dead. They use Teresa Tilley's actual head, even though you can't see what all the makeup she's wearing, that it's actually her. But... And here's a big fight between the killer and the last victim, I guess.
Yeah, it's just on the VHS. It is so hard. I remember vividly watching this on my tube TV and turning the brightness up. I remember pausing it, turning the brightness up, and being like, "Okay, I've got to see this fucking guy. Like, I've got to make out something here."
Yeah.
And this is just like all coming back to me, seeing this. Like, I haven't watched the Blu-ray yet. I need to watch it because I wonder.
Yeah, that's the best you're ever gonna see it, John. Is that Blu-ray?
There's another movie, Humongous, where it's dark and you can't see nothing. And even when they finally put it on DVD, it just wasn't the quality, and you can't even get that anymore because it's out of print. And it's like, somebody put that on Blu-ray or find I don't know if they could find the negative and do like a good restoration where you could see what's going on, because it's all at night. It's all in very darkness. It's not even like movie darkness. It's like literal, you can't see shit darkness.
Well, actually, the first time I saw this movie, and I didn't remember a lot about it, I was a child, and my parents took me to the drive-in, and I remembered the part where Robin falls out the window, and the kids playing the game and stuff like that, but I couldn't remember much else about it. So I guess actually the first time I saw this movie, albeit part of it, was at a drive-in.
Now, is he injured enough that he's gonna die? I mean, this.
Well,
it looks like she hits him with the blunt part, not with the actual sharp axe part. So I'm like, does he die of brain damage? What's happening there?
Yeah, that's that horror movie logic again.
And then she saw her in the eye. She saw something. I wonder what she saw. What did she see in the killer's eyes? Who could it be? Oh, I don't know. By the way, the real slasher part doesn't happen till over an hour into the movie. But
yeah, and that might be, some people may very well have a problem with that.
And even though the Wendy part is pretty good, it does go on a little long. Like when they're like, she's just sitting there breathing.
I did want to say something. This is kind of random, but I was thinking about it. I watched the Dawn of the Dead 3D, and I had not seen Dawn of the Dead. I had not seen Dawn of the Dead all the way through, probably for maybe 12 years. It had been a while. So it was kind of cool to see it again on the big screen. But one thing that struck me in that movie that maybe you guys disagree, but I was thinking with Ken Foree, seeing him in so much stuff now and over the past 20 years, like, he was a really good actor when he was young. Like when he was in that movie, like young, I watched that and I thought, this fucking guy is like, he could have easily been in huge movies. Like he was a good actor. He's like the best thing in the movie. Like he grounds that whole thing the way he, like, I walked out of it and I was like, man, what happened there? Like, cause he never really, I mean, he did like From Beyond and stuff, but he never,
I'm glad you
I think
brought
he became
that
a
up,
caricature,
John.
and he couldn't do a lot of probably more serious roles.
Yeah.
But I want to say something real quick about this. People are always like, why is he wearing makeup? And why is he like dressed like whatever? And I'm like, I always thought him and Robin were twins. And it was like having Robin there because Jamie Lee Curtis says this would have been her first prom. So I think him putting on the makeup was trying to have Robin sort of be there with him.
And get revenge.
Yeah. So when people say, it's goofy, he's wearing makeup, that might actually be a reason. That's only my thought watching it.
I think that's the correct answer to that. I really do think that. That's what I always thought.
And see these credits. This reminds me of a TV movie.
Yes.
Something about this is just like NBC TV. I don't know. It's just. I'm sorry.
Even Canadian TV sort of has a weird look to it compared to.
Yeah. No offense if y'all love this. I didn't mean to like.
Oh no!
Shit on it or anything saying that. I just something about it is.
I don't feel like you shit on it at all. I mean, y'all are just pointing out things that, and I do this too. I can love a movie to death, and I will still, why did they do that? Or this doesn't make sense.
I'm the one doing the most complaining about this movie.
It's okay. That's why I like to have like several different people on here.
Yeah.
Number one, so it's just not my ass on here just talking and boring people. But I like to have other opinions and other ways to look at things. And like I said, I was hoping that we would have gotten more people. I love having you, TJ, and you, John, on here. And I want to thank you guys for, being on here with me tonight. Now, I'm wondering about cruising. I'm wondering if everybody is just saving I want to be on the live stream for cruising. We might have a full house for cruising. I'll just have to see about.
I might can. I'm not sure I'll make that, but I definitely will watch it or try to hop in the chat some. That's just such an awesome movie, though.
Yeah, I didn't see cruising until I didn't even know what that was, and I didn't realize it was a freaking movie or anything. But I guess you guys are probably going to think this is funny, but I guess Steve gets credit for introducing me to cruising, because I didn't even think that I had heard anything about it. And Steve started talking about this movie called Cruising and wanted to know if I wanted to watch it. And I was like, okay, but it is despite the subject matter, it's a really, really well-made movie.
I just thought it was for a long time. I just always was like, I think I misunderstood what it was because when I would see the cover as a kid, I just thought, oh, it's just another Al Pacino cop movie, like Serpico.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, it's just one of those random ones. And then as I got older, but I think it's kind of scary too. Like that first scene in the movie with the guy in the hotel in the room.
Yeah.
And it's creepy. It's kind of, it's not exactly, but I would say it's a slasher movie. It's kind of scary in parts, but I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't seen it,
and the whole movie is not sleazy. There's a layer of sleaze to it. I'm not going to lie. You've got Joe Spinell showing up in the one scene as the cop. I like that whole interaction with, and I'll talk about this more tomorrow night, but the whole interaction with the two guys that kind of sort of remind me of, I guess they're cross dressers or something too, or like drag queens or something. But he leers at them like he wants to take them back behind some building and do terrible things to them. That's what I think when Joe Spinell's talking to, because on one hand he's trying to act like, oh, you faggots, and all that stuff and calling them names, and then on the other side of that coin, you just see him leering at them like, yeah, I'd really, like to have a little fun with you too. And so I just really like the film, and some people are probably like that don't really understand the film or maybe haven't really seen the film. They might be thinking, God, why are y'all liking that movie for? What is wrong with you?
I think it's misunderstood just because I think a lot of people now, if it came out now, a lot of people would try to cancel it because they would misunderstand what he's trying to do in the movie. He's not, I don't think, this is my opinion, but I don't think Friedkin was trying to make fun of anything. I think he was just basically capturing a point in time in New York that existed. He's basically just like, this is what I'm seeing. This is what it is. This is how it was. He's not saying this is my opinion. This is
right.
And a lot of people now just can't understand that. They just think, oh, he's trying to mock. It's like, not really.
No.
Sometimes you have to be brutal to be honest about things if you're going to show something. And I don't know. I think we get that, but kids now, and especially people like on Twitter and shit, they're just
no.
They just can't read between the lines on anything sometimes with movies. So
And Darren brings up a good point. I'm going to put his message up there. He says cruising is an American giallo and slasher rolled into one, and I would have to agree with that,
Yeah.
as well as being a cop movie. I mean, you've got all of those things in there. It's not just one. That's one thing you can't do is pigeonhole William Friedkin and say he's this director or that director because he's made so many different types of movies. You can't pigeonhole him as a horror director. You can't pigeonhole him as just like a cop thriller type of director. I mean, he's a chameleon, is what he is. There's certain actors and actresses that are chameleons, and there's certain directors that are chameleons. And I think that's some of the best directors that can do that they can just change their color or just slip into one genre to another. And they do it with such ease. I mean, you can't even tell that they're doing it.
I agree. Yeah.
Did you know
George
Richard Gere
Romero
was
had
originally going to be in what they wanted Richard Gere for Al Pacino's part?
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Friedkin wanted Richard Gere. Richard Gere was interested. They had negotiations and everything, but it ended up not happening.
Weird.
Which I can see, because Gere is sort of, I don't know how to say this and come off bad.
I feel like I know what you're about to say, and I agree.
Pacino seems more sleazy, and Gere is more like, regular like guy type of like,
yeah,
like let's say boy next door character. Then Al Pacino is more like an intense, like I can't see Pacino pretending that he's not the bad guy, and I can see Richard Gere pulling it off a little bit better. To say that's as nice as I'm going to put it without.
No, I get that.
But that would have been an interesting movie with Richard Gere instead of Al Pacino.
Did y'all think that Al Pacino looked like severely depressed during some parts of Cruising? It's like it, sometimes he would look very intense and like I'm gonna take you somewhere and kill your ass. Sometimes he was like super intense like that. But then like the parts where he was interacting with his girlfriend and like telling her that I have to go undercover and I have to move out of our place and I have to go to this apartment where there's homosexual guys, and like you can tell that she's not really getting this.
Yeah.
Like, is there something wrong with me? He gets where he doesn't even want to be intimate with her. Y'all remember the scene I'm talking about?
With Keith, the stuff with Karen Black.
Mm-hmm.
Or what's her name?
Karen Allen.
Karen Black. That would have been even different.
That would have been a whole different movie if
Karen Black actors together. That would have been so bad. I don't
Karen Black.
That would have been too funny. Because Karen Black was a good actress, but she's, like I said, very intense. That's the role she got. She had to play an intense. I think the most mellow role she played, I think, is when she was in the Invaders from Mars remake. I think that was her, like, because she's actually with her own son in that movie. So I think she's more playing it like a motherly type than all her other intense roles. Like Pacino was very intense, and like you were saying, everything he does, especially when he was younger, he was very intense when he was happy or sad or being the like I said, it's hard to see him play it where you couldn't tell that he was up to something. But like now he's more mellow. Like he could play subtler characters, I think, now because he's an older guy. But back then, like I said, everything was intense with him.
He could have been really uncomfortable too. I mean, because a lot of that was real. Because a lot of that stuff in that movie was just real bars. He could have just been in a situation where he was like, I don't understand.
I don't really want to be here.
It's almost like he is, and in a way, him playing that role is kind of like that character. He's a fish out of water, and he's figuring out things and learning stuff, and he's just kind of, it was kind of brilliant the way that worked out. But I agree, there is something odd about his acting in that movie. It's kind of like Harrison Ford and Blade Runner. That argument with him, people always act. There was always that argument. It's like, is he acting badly in that movie, or is he a replicant?
Yeah.
Like, there's something about the way
interesting.
he acts. It's very strange, But yeah.
But Blair's asking, did you guys collect Beanie Babies? Well, that's random, but yeah, I did. Once upon a time, I did.
Only the weird ones.
Darren also says cruising makes you think as well because nothing is spelled out for you. You can watch it 3 times and make a case for 3 different killers. I see that too.
Yeah.
It's too bad we'll never see the footage that was like lost or whatever. Because Freakin says it makes the movie make more sense, I guess. But then maybe because it doesn't make sense, people like certain aspects that you have to sort of guess your own, idea of what's going on. But.
Yeah, and every time, well, I don't want to give spoilers for anyone in the chat who hasn't seen it, but like, if you rewatch that movie, every scene with the killer, there's like the specific things happening and who's there. It's just, I didn't pick up on it the first time, and then I watched it, and I'm like, what? I think it's intentional. Like, I don't know. I feel like if I go farther, I'm just going to spoil it. But there's some very odd, deliberate choices that Friedkin's making in those scenes to where you watch it again, you're like, what the fuck? Like it's even more confusing.
Yeah,
because I think the first time you're so caught up in you're kind of like walking with Pacino in the movie. So the first time you watch it, you're just in for the ride. So you're not maybe noticing those things as much.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of like thrown off by everything. But
I was just going to ask, have you guys seen Looking for Mr. Goodbar?
Diane Keaton, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah. That movie, I had never seen that movie until just here recently, probably in the last few months or so. I had never, that's a 70s movie, but I had never seen it. I'd always heard about it. But when I think about cruising, something about the atmosphere of cruising, not necessarily the homosexual stuff, but just that atmosphere that Freakin had overall in cruising just is, to me, very similar to Looking for Mr. Goodbar. But I tell you, that movie depressed the hell out of me by the end of it.
Such a happy ending.
Man, it was rough. It was rough. I mean, that whole movie was pretty rough. I didn't actually know how rough it was going to be until I actually sat down and started like getting into the storyline and stuff. And it just kept getting darker. I was thinking like it won't get any darker. Oh yes, it will. It's gonna go further. But it's still a really good movie though. But I would suggest you're in a really good mood when you watch it. Don't watch it when you're already depressed or you've had a bad day or something. Don't watch Looking for Mr. Goodbar then.
And if you're into meeting random people from the internet, you probably don't want to watch this one.
No.
I have to check that out. I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
Diane Keaton and Richard Gere. I don't know who else is in it. I can't remember.
Diane Keaton's really good in it, but I've seen a lot of stuff. I've seen Diane Keaton in it was after she had gotten older. So seeing her really young in this, and I'm not really giving anything away by saying this. She's a school teacher by day, and she cruises the bars at night and just kind of picks up random men. And that's all. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But it really. It was kind of like when I watched A Simple Plan for the first time.
Oh God!
And A Simple Plan, I was like, it can't get any worse for these people. It can't get any worse. Oh yes, it can get worse. It's going to get a whole heck of a lot worse. just keep watching. It's gonna get worse.
It's Sam Raimi, for crying out loud. What do you want?
Yeah.
But it was a really really good movie. It's another one though that you don't want to watch when you're depressed, because you will, just want to go to bed and cover up your head and not get out of bed for the remainder of the day if you do that. And so looking for Mr. Goodbar's like that as well.
I got a quick question. Do you like superhero movies, Marvel and DC and stuff?
I used to love them, but I don't keep up as much. I mean, I still like them, okay, but I used to read comics, but I gave it up so long ago. I keep up, but not as much used to.
I think I pick and choose. Like, I don't have to watch every one that comes out. Some people are like huge Marvel or DC fans or whatever, and they got to watch every single one that comes out. I can't even keep up with like the relationship to who to do what, and I'm like, and what universe are they in, and the whole thing about the multiverse and all this stuff. I just can't keep up with it. So what I do is I just watch the ones that seem interesting to me. Guardians of the Galaxy or Doctor Strange, or I like the Wonder Woman stuff. I just kind of I don't have to watch all of them. Just there's certain ones that pique my interest.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I watch it. I seem like I just watch horror movies, but I watch a lot of movies, and it was just funny because out of the blue, Tarantino came out and said, "Well, I wouldn't direct a superhero movie because it's just a cog in the machine," and blah blah blah. And I'm like, first of all, I love Tarantino to an extent, but like, first of all, who asked you? Maybe somebody in an interview. Maybe somebody in an interview asked him, "What do you think about those Marvel movies? Would you direct one?" And then he had to come up on a soapbox and go like, "Well, I wouldn't. People don't make these movies because they're good filmmakers. They do it because whatever the big wigs tell them to make." And like, first of all, who's asking? And if
I don't know if anybody asked.
It just strikes me when people want to give it, like, I understand when like a random dude on the internet gives his opinion like that, but for someone like Tarantino to come out and it's like, why does he need to make that statement? And like,
it's so easy to paint a brushstroke on that stuff too with those guys. They love doing that. Like Scorsese did the same shit. Because they love to say that because there are a lot of comic movies that are just studio, just crap, right?
Oh, definitely.
But there's always good ones. I mean, like Marvel. I love the first Iron Man. I love Winter Soldier. I think Winter Soldier is like awesome. Like it's just like a spy kind of espionage type movie, political thriller. I love that movie. Like, but there are movies that just don't work, or I don't care about, or I can just, but it's so easy for those guys, those, what do you call it? Auteurs, to like paint those brushstrokes and say, "Oh, that's shit. That's beneath me." It's like, it's fucking movies. Like, there's good movies and there's bad movies, like that's such an arrogant. I read that and I agree. I read that and I was like, come on, man, you're smarter than that. Why would you say that?
And Tarantino has a bad habit of swinging back and forth between seeming like a cool movie fan that got his chance to do movies to being this arrogant asshole. I've seen him just swing back and forth between it. And I still love Tarantino, but I have seen him go back and forth. He seems to flip-flop quite a bit.
Well, he's another one. He started off making films because he loved films, and a lot of his movies have references to older movies. So to a point, he's not as original as, I mean, who is original nowadays anyways? Like Hitchcock was original back then. That was in the 60s and 50s and whatever. And are people nowadays, you really can't find anything original. And then when something original is out there, people are like, well, that's shit. That wasn't even a good original. Like some movies are just like, that was terrible. Why is that even a movie? And it's like, well, what do you want? Do you want something new, or do you want to just
Right.
the same thing over and over again. And people are like, they hated the last 3 Halloween movies or whatever. And now they're like, well, what's the next one going to be? Like, why are you excited for the next one? I mean, don't even talk about the next one because, like, what? Then people are like, well, they can't. Well, you're going to have to redo something or ignore a movie or go back to. You can't continue from where you think the series was stronger. And it's like, you do something different. Right? And then people are like, well, we want to see things we want to see because we like. But you're going to complain about them. You're never going to get the feeling that you had when you watched the first bunch of whatever series of movies or whatever, and you're going to go, well, the director's going to do the same thing over and over again. It's like even Wes Craven, he was trying to do something different with every Scream movie, but he was stuck with the whole. There's got to be meta in there, and it's got to have some of this and some of that to keep the series going, so the fans will be like, and you're like restrained to just do what you've already done. And when you try to do something new, a diehard fan will go, well, why'd you add that? That's stupid. Like,
I think that's what happened even with the new Halloween Ends movie. Like, I watched it, and my first reaction watching it, like, I was kind of like, I was like, this is interesting, like what they're doing. And there were things that didn't work on it for me. But after I watched it, my overall feeling was, okay, David Gordon Green wanted to make a movie that was very different. He did not really just want to make a movie with Michael Myers. And so he made this movie. And then the studio was like, well, we got to have Laurie and Michael fight at the end. And he's like, okay, so let me just fit this in.
Let me just tack this on there.
Because that movie is not really, it's really not even a slasher movie. Like, it's the only Halloween I watched it. It's the only one of the series my wife was like, well, I actually like that one. And I liked it, and I knew people would hate it, and I was really surprised when I got online. People were just shitting on it. I was like, really? I was like, I guess I just saw something different in it. I don't know, but I also understand there's problems in it too. But I'm with you. I mean, like, people want to try something new, but it's hard because you're gonna get criticism.
I think that movie had a lot of, I don't know what the script was, because they had the reshoot and change things. Like, I know they added Michael to the scene where the doctor and nurse gets killed. It was originally just going to be Corey.
Yeah.
And they added Michael to that scene to do the buddy training the new guy kind of like. It's like an office working type of movie where you're training the new guy to do my job.
I'm training you to be a serial killer.
Yeah.
But a lot of the writing, I'm not a writer professional, but like I'll look and I'll go, that made no logical writing sense. Like, all of a sudden there's a love connection with two characters in that movie, and I'm like, there's no build up to it. It's just there. And even the reasoning, like, I saw you years ago and I had a connection. I'm like, that's in the poor actress. She's got to work with what they give her. And people are like yelling at her. Fans are like, yeah, she was terrible. Her acting was fine. It's just what she was given and what they were given in that movie. It was just
but there was totally no chemistry between them in that movie. It seems forced.
It was kind of like the whole, the one thing about the movie that I did not understand at all what they were trying to say was they did this like 3 times where someone said either to Allison or Laurie, they were like, yeah, he teased that man with half a brain, or you should have given it, like,
yeah,
what were they?
Was that?
Were they trying to say that like Michael loved Laurie and Laurie was like teasing him? Like, I didn't get that. I'm like,
I didn't get that either.
That was a little, because if it's one time, it's one thing, but they did it like 3 times in the movie, and I'm like, okay, so they're clearly laying something out here.
Also, the thing with the mother of the kid who at the beginning, she's even blaming Corey, which is an extension of what they were doing with Laurie. It wasn't even, and it's like, well, first of all, like, what do you want him to do 3 years later? Like, just go in a corner and die? I mean,
right.
I understand she lost her child. I understand that part of it, like, for an empathy thing, but for a logical thing, and even the father in the movie, like, I hate to be talking about Halloween Halloween Ends, but he's like, I wanted to forgive him, and the mother wasn't allowing it, and it's just like,
Yeah.
what about her? Why is she out in a public bar drinking? Regardless of whether she's drinking to forget or not, she should be home drinking if she's that upset about everything. Where she was gonna, I mean, it's like he can't go out, but she should, and it's like
I
said,
didn't like
the
I
logic
didn't
of
like
that
that.
is so. Talk about Rambo. He did a hate watch of Halloween and Kill Ends, and it was just like, it was so funny. I mean, after the first half hour, I was just like, he's so intense. It took him like an hour to get to watching the movie, which was just like, he's just talking about how much he hated the movie before he even watched it, and it was just like, but I loved it. It was like he was just so intensely hating the movie, and it's just like, I imagine everybody else who hated that movie doing the same thing, and like I went into the movie and I'm like, I had no expectations. I didn't watch any of the trailers. I didn't know what was going on, so I didn't know anything that was happening. So I watched the movie, and even though people are saying, oh, it was like kind of goofy the way the kid dies and everything like that, the initial shock of that little kid getting killed, it affected me. And I was like, I was like whispering to my buddy next to me, I was like, how the shit? I didn't believe they just effing did that to this.
Right.
I mean, later on you can, and I watched it in the theater, like these people watching it, hate watching it right up to the screen. You're seeing how goofy may be the fake body or whatever. And it's like, if you're going to watch it at that point, but to watch it at a level where you're just watching the movie, you're not expecting anything out of it. And I think, especially with a franchise movie, you should go into it not expecting, even not expecting anything good, but not like being mad about it.
Right.
But when you already hate it to begin with, you're going to go into it hating everything that you're seeing. But I went into it like totally bare, and I like after the first scene, I started getting into the writing and how like this didn't work and that didn't work, and the whole thing about the other movie being about how it wasn't Laurie, he wasn't after Laurie, and then the next movie it's about, it's your fault this happened. Like,
right, that's true.
That wasn't what we were getting the last movie.
No.
In the lead up and the whole.
That is true.
The brief flashes from the Laurie we get at the beginning of Ends to the part where she's trying to go on with her life. It's like we got no build up. We got like little glimpses of her. The town started rotting and people were killing each other and dying, and like a lot of that didn't work. And at the end of the movie, I was like, I didn't think it was as bad. And then thinking about what I just watched, I started not, because I was like, my buddy's like, what are you giving it? And I was like, maybe 3.5. And he's like, I'm giving it a 2. And then as I was thinking about it on my own, I was like, yeah, less than 2. It was just, a lot of it didn't work and a lot of it didn't make any sense. And like we were talking earlier about horror movie logic, it wasn't even horror movie logic because it wasn't working as a horror movie, and the logic was just not there for a lot of what I was,
there's a lot of things in it that are odd and don't like. I do think it's like a mismatch of ideas. Like he definitely wanted to do. It's pretty clear he wanted to do his Halloween 3. He went in that, even the credits. He's like, I'm gonna do my season of the witch. Like this is gonna be my what the fuck moment. And he knew it, but it's just like, I just still think that logic in movies is bad anyway, because even if you want to do something different, like I love Season of the Witch, but when you make 2 Halloween movies back then, back to back, and Michael Myers is a character, and then all of a sudden you're just like, we're just going to do something different. And then you think, well, I'm like, honestly, that's kind of silly when you think about it, because it's like, that'd be like making a couple of movies about He-Man, and then the next movie you're like, oh, and by the way, Martha Stewart's in this, so we're just going to do something. It's like you've kind of set up a situation that even if it's good, you've false advertised. So that's what kills me about that, is like I hate when people even compare Season of the Witch to Halloween movies, because it's a great movie, but it's not a Halloween movie. It's like when people say, I've heard people say like Season of the Witch is better than the first one. It's like, it's apples and oranges. That's not.
It's not
like,
the first one.
It shouldn't have been in the franchise, and the fact that they put it in was just a failed experiment. Because if you would have done that right after part 1, yes, you could have done that.
Yeah,
but when you did,
sense.
I hear that so much, and I see people on Facebook that are like, Season of the Witch is better than 1. It's better than my. I'm like, I don't see that at all. I don't even
I really think they do that just to get people started because they know that that's going to get people started to say something like that. But you know something that I have a real problem with, and it seems to be getting worse, is lazy filmmaking.
Yeah.
Lazy filmmaking, I cannot stand. And Steve gets so perturbed at me because we'll sit down, like we watch Smile, which I'm not saying that wasn't a good movie with creepy moments.
I haven't seen it
yet. I haven't seen it either.
Well, all I'm going to say is be prepared for a non-ending. That's just what I'm going to say. Be prepared for a non-ending. I'm not going to get and that makes me more angry than anything, that especially if the movie's long and I've invested all this time into it, and then your lazy ass, whoever's making this movie, just decides to do a complete cop out and not have any ending at all. And Steve says, I don't know what you're talking about. This movie had an ending. We have arguments about a lot of movies that I say that did not have an ending. That was not an ending. I'm not saying you got to tie up every single damn loose end in the movie, but have an ending of some sort.
Put it in a grinder. In a pedal grinder that spins around.
Yeah.
See, I loved Barbarian, that new movie. I thought that was fucking great. And
see, I didn't like that one.
Well, what's funny is like you, my friend didn't like it. I know Uncle Bill didn't like it. A lot of people had the opposite. Like I did not like Terrifier 2. I was watching it and I was just like, this is like 2 hours of kills. I'm like, I can watch a Sopranos best.
And it was overkill. It was overkill with the kills.
But Barbarian, I was like, well, that's a great movie. But then my friend of mine, he watched it and he was just like, I didn't like it. So it is fascinating now how everyone sees things differently with movies, because I would have banked on it. Like that was one of those where I recommended it to him and I was like, you're gonna fucking love this. And he was like, 4 out of 10. And I was like, really? Well,
I mean, I didn't think it was absolutely horrible. And at first I was getting into it and I was like, I want to see where this thing's gonna go. And then the further it got into it, I was like, okay. And it just, my interest in the movie just kept getting weaker and weaker as it went on. So by the end, I was like, no, and I still don't hate it, but I'm not going to want to just rush and watch it again. Just because I loved it so much. I can't say that. It was just kind of okay for me.
Yeah, a lot of times too, I can forgive. I will say I'm a big sucker for film scores. I love film scores. And like I can just forgive so much with a good film score. Like I can watch a movie and it's got a great score and I'm just fucking sold. And that was one of those, like, some of the music in that movie was like so good. Same thing with Halloween, like those movies, like the scores in those are so good. I can sometimes maybe like forgive a lot of flaws.
Well, what I could do is just like, if I could just close my eyes and like have the dialogue not be there and just listen to the score, it would be okay.
At least if you're getting a good concert out of it. That'd be good.
Exactly.
I'm going to see Goblin in a couple of days.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Awesome.
Are you going to see like the original members? Are you going to see
Simonetti and his whatever band?
Simonetti's?
Yeah, they're coming to a local theater and they're going to do the Suspiria score, I think, and then they're going to do,
So
I guess they do one song from each of the other movies, like Demons and stuff like that. So
I got to see Simonetti and his version of Goblin, but I also, a few years before I got to see Simonetti, I got to see the original guys that were with Simonetti in the beginning, and that was awesome. We went to Cincinnati, I think, to see them, and we were in a great big ballroom. It was the weirdest thing ever, but it was an awesome concert because I was there, Uncle Bill was there, of course. Steve was there with me, Savannah was there with Aaron. Wes didn't go. I guess for whatever reason he just wasn't interested in going, but there were several of us that went. And that was just the best time seeing them perform. And then when Steve and I got to see Simonetti and his more, I guess, modern version of Goblin now, and they played over Suspiria. And at first Steve was like, I don't know if I'm going to like this, Dana. But then after Suspiria was over and they just set everything loose and just jammed pretty much. That was awesome. That was when Steve was like, he perked up then. He was like, yeah, I'm really, I'm liking this.
They're going to be in Knoxville on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I was like, I was so mad because Ryan Atkins sent me that they were going to be in Knoxville, and I was like, I was like, I'll go. That's like 3 hours Tuesday, and I'm like, I can't do that because it's like Tuesday at like 6:00. I'm like, there's no way I can swing that.
Yeah, Steve always says that about concerts all the time. He says, "Dang, you want to go see this concert, but it's in the freaking middle of the week, and." If we can't take off the next day, we're just going to be wiped out, and I don't know for sure why. I guess they just can't make all concerts on the weekend, or they can't make them all on Friday. They have to spread them out a little bit, but
I'm seeing them on a Tuesday. And I'm going out drinking Monday, so I better get a good night's sleep, a good day's sleep during the day on Tuesday. Yeah, they're touring. I'm looking at it. They're like Chicago, Milwaukee, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Canada. Then they're coming to my area. Then they're going to New York and Pennsylvania. Boy, in Tennessee, they're all over the place. Jeez. I don't know if that lines up, like as far as travel wise, but
it seems like it's always a safe bet too. Like in the South, at least, New Orleans is always a safe bet for those type of concerts. I guess because New Orleans is so weird, they always do that. But it's always a hit or miss if it's Atlanta or Nashville. It always seems like it's a hit or miss with good concerts. Or sometimes like they skip. They'll kind of come down and then do one and then go way over to Texas.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's weird how they do things sometimes. I guess they try to go, depending on who the person is, they try to go where they think they'll be most popular and where the most money will be made. But, I saw Simonetti and his band in a place that was pretty much a bar here in Louisville. And I had seen also at this bar before I went to see Simonetti play. In that very place, I went to see some male dancers. So like I have two totally different experiences in that same location. So. Yeah. Oh man. And I've seen the Chippendale dancers. I'm not going to be real descriptive, guys, so don't worry about that. But I've seen the Chippendale dancers, and they're pretty much more polished of a show. But these guys I saw at that bar, like, I literally, it shocked me. I'm a grown woman. I've been around for 46 years, but a little bit fewer years when I saw these guys. But I knew they were coming into the audience and stuff, and like people had prepaid in advance to have these guys come up and like grind on their friends and stuff like that. And so I looked this way and then I looked that way, and a guy's ass was basically right in my face. I was like, oh, nobody paid. He was going to grind on some other woman in the audience, but I was like, holy crap, and Steve was like, he always tells me he doesn't care if I go to see, male strippers or something like that. But then he was like, Dana, I don't know if you need to be going to any more of those. 'Cause by that time, I'd already seen the Chippendale dancers and I'd seen these guys. So I think he was starting to feel a little uncomfortable about me going to too many of them. So it was like,
I didn't realize y'all were talking about Simonetti. It didn't occur to me until we were watching Dawn of the Dead. I guess because it had been so long since I had heard that score. It had been a while. I was listening, and I was like, it occurred to me, I was like, wait a minute, Hell of the Living Dead just fucking ripped this off. Either they ripped it off or they just got the rights to it. And I was like,
I think they ripped it off.
Because I was like, wait a minute, why is it was just because it had been so long, I guess, since I'd heard the Dawn of the Dead score. I just didn't put it together. But that score, I swear that score was ripped off on so many of those zombie movies. Like they just took it blatantly and, you know.
Yeah, but Hell of the Dead literally ripped off the soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve watches a lot of like, I don't want to sound like I'm being racist and call them, you know, those Asian movies or whatever, but he introduced me to some movie with these little, I mean, it literally had these little Asian kids in it. I'm not trying to be, you know, disrespectful to them or anything.
You can call them Asian kids. It's okay.
You know how people get bent out of shape over things anymore. You gotta watch what you say.
It depends on what you say next.
But anyway, there's a lot of those films where it's either, you know, kids fighting off bad guys or some kind of like kung fu or other martial arts type of stuff. But I'll be listening to the soundtracks on some of these, and they're older films, and I'm like, they completely ripped off this movie or that movie. And usually it's low budget horror movies, but I'll hear a stinger from these movies or a needle drop from something that was from a horror movie that I've seen. And Steve was like, oh no, I guess. I said, no, that's from whatever movie, you know, that I remembered hearing it from.
I'm totally pulling this out of my ass, but I think overseas the rights for stuff like that is a little bit different than us, where you can't use a single note. Like on YouTube, if you gotta, like, people put out YouTube videos and they're watching movies and they gotta sometimes block out the sound or muffle it because that's gonna get you a strike or taken down for copyright, or you won't get your
that got me like
paid.
On stuff I've tried to upload all the time. Music.
Well, I tried to I discovered that Amazon Music, if you've got the app on your TV, they've got a videos version now, and I was checking it out, and they had 80s, like what's now classic 80s videos. It was like being swept back to when MTV was actually music videos. And so what I did was I recorded them with my phone, about 3 or 4 different videos, and then I put them on Facebook, and I said, anybody remember these, feeling nostalgic? Well, Sony blocked 3 of those and wouldn't let me have the post up until I took 3 of those off. They blocked AC/DC and REO Speedwagon and the Footloose music video, and they let me keep Bon Jovi up there. Bon Jovi video was fine, but the other 3, it was like,
who cares about him?
Is that the AC/DC video where he's walking around eating fish and chips?
I believe so. It's She Shook Me All Night Long. That was
I was a diehard AC/DC fan as a kid, so I'd watch those. Like, I had like some other video compilations on tape, and I remember that was the most random music video because Brian Johnson's like just walking around like eating fish. It's like the music is playing, but it has nothing to do with what they're doing in the music video.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
And what was weird too with all of this stuff was with Stranger Things and the Kate Bush song that kept being played. When I first turned on that app the first video that came up there was that Kate Bush song. And I was like, holy cow, how's that for coincidence? And that's a weird ass video. I'd forgotten how weird that video actually is.
Very artsy.
Yeah, artsy.
Well, the copyright's the reason I wanted to do, especially when the pandemic was going on, I wanted to do like watch-alongs, and then I would just be like, first of all, I was too lazy. I could sit there and record myself watching a movie, but then having to edit it, I was just like too lazy to do that. But I was afraid because I'm like hearing all these people go, well, we keep getting strikes every time we put it up, and we can't put it up. They won't allow it to put it up unless we edit. Then we're gonna keep, and they don't tell you how much of it to edit, because sometimes they'll change their minds and they go, well, 2 seconds is enough, and then sometimes they'll take it down for 2 seconds, or too much of a clip of a movie or a TV show. Some people can get away with it, other people don't, and you think it's like, because some people have like 5 million followers on YouTube, and they complain that, oh, we keep getting stuff taken down, or we lose revenue or whatever, and then smaller people say the same thing, but then some bigger people get away with it, some smaller people get away with it. So it's like, is it just, it's obviously random.
Yeah.
It has not, it's not a very specific, so you can't really say, and they don't come back and tell you, oh, you have to cut this much of it. And it's like, I don't want to have to go through a hassle. I can't, can't take the hassle of having to do that. And it's like,
people keep asking me why, when I do these watch-alongs, I don't stream the movie.
you can't.
And I said, because I'm going to get kicked off of YouTube if I do that. And
unless it's like Night of the Living Dead or Plan 9 from Outer Space. But even those movies, if you're using a copy that someone owns the rights to, they can take a strike on you and take it down. Even if it's 50 million copies of whatever, like it has a little watermark, or people know, they know that's their copy of the movie. They'll have you take it down, or get you in trouble for it. And it's like, who wants to go through that? And it's just like,
and people tell me, they say, well, why don't you stream on this? And I'm like, guys, is it really that hard if I give you a link to watch it? Even if it's a shitty link or shitty copy like Prom Night was tonight. They're not all like that. Sometimes we got really good, almost HD quality copies. But is it really too much to ask for you to either use the link, or if you have your own copy, just to have it playing in the background? I think TJ has done that with, haven't you had it playing on a TV or something with some of these?
Yeah, but I didn't have the sound on, so I don't know if you
could.
So I actually got around it. I did that on Facebook some for a while. I was in two groups. I was in a group called the Tennessee Horror Club, and then I started another group with a friend of mine in this podcast called the Church Horror Sanctum.
Mm-hmm.
And I was doing video watch along. So what I was doing is I was uploading using OBS. I was uploading OBS to Facebook, and I was really going bold with it at first. So at first, but what I did at first was I read this thing online about, if it was something about someone was saying, if you can film a movie but not upload the source being uploaded, sometimes the algorithm can pick it up quicker. But if you're just filming it on your camera, it takes longer. So I actually had a tripod in my room, and I was like squaring it out on the Blu-ray, and I was playing like Toxic Avenger and like,
wow.
Now, when they got me was when I started getting to like The Burbs. The Burbs got taken down in like 30 seconds because the Jerry Goldsmith stuff started kicking in. It was like immediately Universal. And then I was gonna do Jaws. It was just like 4th of July, and someone was like, do Jaws, and I was like, the John Williams thing is gonna kill it pretty quickly. But I did Cruel Jaws because I knew there was enough. I was like, they're not gonna fuck about that. So you can do some weird stuff on Facebook, and you can do some mainstream, but if it's a big movie with a known theme, that music's going to kill it pretty quickly from what I've seen, like within like 20, 30 seconds. So
some people seem to, like on YouTube, have some figured it out, or at least they don't, when they get screwed up, they don't complain on Twitter a lot and say they get screwed over. But like there's a guy, Foundflix, and he basically, he does he goes through the movie and he tells you everything. He'll play clips, but it usually doesn't have sound. and it's usually a brief, very brief clip. And he seems to have found a way to not get stuff taken down. Like I said, I don't know if he probably has trouble because everybody has trouble. But it's like, I wonder if maybe if you don't do sound, and maybe if you don't put some kind of like, I don't know, change the color or put some kind of like.
Yeah.
I've seen them play on like, I saw.
You just can't play a straight movie. That's just, you can't do that.
Exactly.
Right. I saw somebody put up Charlie Brown Christmas and show it. It was mirrored, is what it was.
Yeah, some people do that too.
Mm-hmm. And evidently that messes with the algorithms, and they can't pick up on it that way.
Well, my original idea was to do like a horror host thing where I would be like, I wouldn't actually show the movie. I'd basically talk about the movie, maybe show pictures or whatever. And my gimmick was going to be, I would recreate like a kill, but then you show too much blood on YouTube, you're going to get taken down. So I'm not going to put work into doing a special effect. Whether it's probably going to be really cheap, but I'm not going to put that work into it and then having to keep cutting it down and cutting it down and cutting. The first movie I wanted to do was Tenebrae, and I wanted to recreate the scene where the woman gets her arm cut off. And as I was starting to watch other people and hear, oh well, if there's too much blood, you're going to get taken down for too much blood or too much gore. And I was like, well, that ruined my whole idea.
Forget that.
Like on TikTok, you have to put fake blood in the description or they'll take you down.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Really?
I've never done anything on TikTok, so
I did like my Halloween little short that I made up that I put on my YouTube. And I put like a very short clips of it on TikTok to get people interested in watching it. And there's a couple of shots where you see my hand and there's fake blood on it, and I had to put in big letters fake blood, or TikTok would take it down. And a lot of people do that. A lot of people get away with it, but most of the people have to put that up. And it's just like, even when you're creating your own content, you got to be careful. And it's like, how do you, and I want to just do it for fun. I'm like one of those people where it's their livelihood where they're making YouTube videos. I don't know how they stay in business because that's their business. Like there's the Dead Meat guy. Have you ever seen his YouTube? He's always like, he'll put on Twitter, like he's having so much trouble getting stuff up there. In fact, older videos from like a couple of years ago are now getting strikes. In those videos, the revenue from those are his money that he lives off of. And like they're taking down those older videos from a couple of years ago, and they're like, well, that's a copyright strike. And they are actually keeping the videos up and getting the money that he was making off of them. So now the studios are making money off of his work, and he puts a lot of non-clip effort into it, like with his wraparounds and stuff like that. So I feel bad.
Yeah.
At that point of, like how do you create stuff for fun? And these people are doing it for money, and they can't even get by it a lot of the time.
Well, I'm always worried too, like, because over time they've gotten really stringent about like what kids might see. And so every time I get ready to schedule these through YouTube, I have to say, is this for children? Is it not appropriate for children? And I always put, this is not for children, because we curse on here, we drink, or I drink on here. When old Curly Jaws is on here, he's vaping and smoking joints, and so can you
would not get any money on those videos.
Can you imagine what would happen if some mother saw this and was just absolutely horrified, and I had forgotten to mark that this wasn't for kids, and they were like, oh my God, do you know what's on here? They were saying the F word and drinking and smoking substances, and then
when I put up my short, it came up, is this for children? I'm like, no, but also it's not like there's not blood, and there's no like swearing in that video I put up. And even then, I'm like, what if a kid watches it and a mother like feels that, but I have 30 followers. No one's gonna mess with me.
There's even on Facebook that stuff. I have to this day. I have a warning on my account, and I don't know why it's still there. It was from like 3 years ago because I think it's kind of funny. I was talking to somebody on a thread in one of the groups I was in, joking, and we were going back and forth, and it was something with Rob Zombie, and I made a comment, and I put like, I think I called him like a white trash Kid Rock wannabe or something silly, just joking. And I got flagged. I'm still flagged. And to this day, it was like, I apparently insulted like a whole, I was like laughing my ass off, and I screenshot it and put it, and everybody's like, they were like, oh, yeah, they got you. And I was like, really? Like,
well, get this. I got my comment taken down on eBay of all places because I was having trouble with something or had a question about something when I placed a bid on something, but it was like, it wasn't a buy it now. It was like make an offer. And then, so I had a question about it later after the auction was over. And I honestly went in there and I said, are you obligated to buy it if you make like an offer on something? Do you have to do this? Do you have to follow through with it? I was just asking a question, and somebody jumped all over my ass on there and was acting like I was a moron and stuff. Their stuff didn't get flagged. Their stuff didn't get taken down. But because I was a little PO'd, I wrote back, and I didn't say you can stick it up your ass or something like that. I said, you can stick your comments where the sun don't shine. And that's all I said. I didn't use any curse words or anything like that. And I got a message from the eBay community or whatever that you're going against our community standards and we're taking this down. I'm like, whatever.
Community standards, they let you sell a $2 item for $72,000 and they have standards, please.
Right.
Yeah, they're letting scammers and bots run over that app. Like they're
Well, the thing on Facebook, like I know people who are like big wrestling fans and they'll trash talk with other people, doing a wrestling gimmick kind of thing. And I'll see them, I was taken off of Facebook because of hate speech. And it's like, no, we were just trash talking. And it's like, why did I get taken down and the guy I was trash talking didn't get taken down, or the guy who started the thread in the first place? It's like,
yeah, they were kind of telling
they don't know
me I was.
What they're just randomly taking things down, and they're making it out to be something it's not, and it's kind of stupid a lot of the time.
They pretty much told me I was being abusive and like heading towards hate speech territory, and I was like, well, forget this. I'm not going to ask the community for any help anymore because people want to just be nasty to you. And then when you get upset naturally and say something back, you're the one that gets punished for it and the other person doesn't. So
I got banned out of a wrestling group on Facebook like 4 years. I don't watch wrestling much anymore, but I used to. And I got banned out of a group one time for giving like an honest like statement. I got banned for life out of a group that literally
honest statements.
This group literally, it was like a toy collector type group, but they were wrestling, and they would literally post pictures of like female wrestlers half nude half the time. Anything goes, right? Just crap. And there was a thread. I remember it was a thread about Jimmy Snuka. And someone was putting something, and I put a comment that was like, it's crazy that he got away with killing a lady and that all happened. That's crazy. I literally just put exactly what you can read on Google and I banned, gone. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you let these clowns stay in here, but I list a statement that's factual. You ban me. Like,
so if you ever been on TikTok where creators complain because somebody will say something really disparaging towards them, like racist stuff, and the person will respond, not even in not even saying anything bad, just basically saying, you don't have the right to talk like that, so you should stop doing that. And the person who was talked to that way gets taken down gets suspended on TikTok, and not the racist person. That's like, what is that? What does that make any logical sense to anything?
Mm-hmm.
So you can be as racist as you want, but if you're the one
down.
being called something and you retaliate, even if it's not like like if you're not being, you're just saying it in a normal, like, you know, tone or whatever, without any bad words, and you're the one that gets taken down for saying something. It's like, what the hell? The world's ridiculous. It's just
well,
that's why I love
went to
Instagram.
bed. I think I went to bed one night and I woke up and the world went crazy. It flipped upside down and nothing's
It's called 2020.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's like Instagram. I like that just because you can post stuff and it's not. You just post pictures, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like there's no opinions, there's no bullshit, there's no arguments. It's just like you can see news, you can see movies that are coming out, you can see Dawn of the Disc, you can be like, oh, this is like there's no room for like cat fights. Like Facebook is just like such a garbage platform now with that, and I wish I could just delete it. I can't because I just have too much stuff on there. I don't want to lose.
That's how I am too.
I hate it, you know.
And there are friends I only talk to on Facebook, like even friends in real life that I don't really talk to them on Facebook. And then when I see them in real life, that's, you know, but it's like, if I delete Facebook, I'm like, what am I doing? I'm going to start texting people.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of these people, I don't even have their phone number, so I couldn't text them. And I'd hate to say, hey, everybody, give me your phone number because I'm going to get off of Facebook. And then people will say, oh, you're just making a stand or something. And like, you'll be back. Because I have went off of, I didn't delete my account. I just was going through some things and I just thought it better if I just took a break from it. And I didn't tell anybody. I didn't make a big stand and say, I'm leaving Facebook forever. Bye, guys. I just said, I'm going to go away for a little bit. I don't know how long. I don't know if it's going to be permanent. And then once things got straightened out, then I went back and started, you know, interacting on Facebook again. But
well, a lot of people live online and they don't have any life outside of online.
Sad.
And that's, I always say, if Escape from LA happens in real life, the people don't like that movie. But if that happened in real life, everything all online will be gone forever. And like people like, I don't like physical media. Well, if Escape from LA happens, all your cloud movies are gone forever. All the streaming services are wiped out, people.
Yeah, because people get on my nerves sometimes because I understand about space. There's only so much space you've got to put physical media. But please, how many videos have you guys seen or people talk about this on Facebook or whatever, that it's like they're saying, I'm better than you because I've switched to streaming or I don't get physical media anymore. You know, it's like, okay, great. You don't get physical media anymore, but don't act like you're so above me just because you stopped getting physical media.
It's still, you know, the funny thing is, at the end of the day, it's still physical media because it's in a damn server in a warehouse somewhere.
Yep.
The cloud is literally just a server in AWS or Azure or whatever, and it's sitting in some warehouse in Virginia or Chicago, and it's data, and maybe it's backed up, but if that goes away, it goes away just like anything else. It's
and
like
I'm gonna be laughing my ass off at these people that said, oh, because they're gonna be crying. They're gonna say, oh, my stuff is gone. I have it no more. And I'm gonna say, aha, I told you, didn't I? Because there's some people that believe it can't go away, that it'll always be there.
The collectors are the ones who are going to keep it alive, because if like when Joe Bob was talking about that digital apocalypse thing he ranted about, if that happened, that's what would happen is the studios would go to the collectors and be like, what do you have? That's what it's happened before. Even in wrestling, that's happened. Like that's happened even like there's so many stories about that. Like you know, people who keep things and then, you know, it definitely is. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's absolutely possible that all that shit could go away.
The same thing with the conventions and stuff. And I brought this up before, so I'm not gonna rant too much with it. But like, there are certain people, and some of them are my friends, that go on and say, "Oh, I don't go to conventions anymore. You guys can do a process of elimination." And
I know who you're talking about.
There's other people besides.
Hey, they're not having me on their shows. I don't care.
But you know, and I love these people to death. I don't hate them. I'm not angry with them, but I just don't understand. Like, if you've made a decision not to go to conventions, but don't message me every 5 seconds if you find out that I'm going to conventions. Why are you wasting your time, Dana? Why are you wasting your money, Dana?
Now, see, I didn't know that. I knew that. I didn't know that. I mean, I will say the people you're talking about, when they talk about cons and stuff, I do understand where they're coming from. And I know they were doing this shit when I was in like high school.
Right.
So like, I had never been to a convention until like a few years ago, ever. I heard about them. I just didn't live anywhere near one. So I couldn't go. So like, they were doing that stuff for like 15 years. So I get by now, they're just kind of like, oh, I don't want to do this.
But it's tired. It's old hat. And
I didn't know they were like doing that though, where it's I didn't know what you like with that where you're talking about. I mean, they probably were just messing, but I mean,
now somebody told me about, I think it was the guy that goes by Andrew Gold. He comes in here on the streams every once in a while. And he told me that Sam Raimi was supposed to come to a Comic-Con in Lexington next year. So one of my buddies messaged me like the day after the stream and might have said something like, I was catching up on your stream from last night. And they told me, don't pre-order tickets for that, because you know Sam Raimi will cancel. I said, well, he has canceled before, yes, but that doesn't mean he's going to cancel for sure every time. Ted Raimi canceled several, but I finally ended up meeting him. You know, I was finally able to meet him. I'm not going to give up until until Sam Raimi's dead. And he can't go to anything anymore. That
would do it.
I said, I'm not going to pre-order tickets. I'm going to wait until closer to the Comic-Con, and then I'm going to check and make sure he hasn't canceled. I'm not just going to say, oh, God bless you, Andrew Gold. I'm going to go buy tickets right now. I'm going to pre-order them right now. But they feel like they've got to babysit me in some respects. Like, Dana's going to go waste her money. She's going to blow her money, and then Sam Raimi's going to cancel. Or, Dana's wasting her time going to these conventions. I don't go to a lot of them anymore. Not like I did when I started out. I would go to every horror hound I could go to. I would go to Scarefest every year. When Fright Night was better, I guess is the nice way to say it, I would go a lot to that one. But over time, I've had, I'm married now. I've got other responsibilities, and I get that. You kind of have to pick and choose what's more important to you at the time. And, things come up just like that came up with John, and John was planning on going to Scarefest. But
I had to eat a hotel. I didn't even, I made a split decision the night before. I told Becca, I was like, I'm going to stay. I'm not doing it. Well, I was fine with it. I mean, I had been before, but I mean, there's people like, even what's his name? Christian Hannah Horror. He lives in Louisiana, and I don't know how many cons he's been to, but I think from what I've heard him speak, he doesn't, kind of lives in like BFE, and like he went, I saw him like Instagram, him and like Pizzow, a lot of them went because they were like putting photos up. And I mean, my guess is like, probably he hadn't been to many, so that was probably new to him. Like a lot of people, who maybe even watch movies, like some people just aren't near those things. Because a lot of those cons, I don't know what it is. There's a lot of those cons in Indiana. I don't know why. They just all like circle in like that Midwest region, you know? So like
there's about that, but yep.
There's not a lot in the South. There's a few in the West Coast. New York has some, but like there's so fucking many in like Kentucky, Indiana. Like it's just like all of them. And you know, if you don't live near there, you don't go. So like some people, that's new, even though, yeah, cons can be a scam. I mean, some people now, if they've never been, they just want to see what it's like. I mean,
yeah, they're not planning on going and spending thousands of dollars or anything. They just want the experience of, and a lot of times that's what I want. Now, I paid, you know, good money, hard earned money at the time for Michael Berryman, but Michael Berryman to me was a bucket list person, and I wanted to meet him last year at Scarefest, and I was broke, and I could not go see him then. So I said, Steve, can we go this time? I said, I have a little bit of extra money right now. I said, I'd really like the chance to meet him. And then, of course, I ended up getting his autograph, which was $40. And then I paid another extra $20 to get a picture with him. And I know how insane that sounds. I know it sounds insane. And I'm betting this particular person I was talking about was laughing their ass off at me for doing that. But I don't mind being ribbed about it, but there comes a point where you can rib somebody too much about it or stay on them about it too much. Just let people do what they want. I couldn't convince them to go to a convention if they didn't want to. And they would get aggravated with me if I kept saying, come on, go, come on, go. So it's the same thing as the reverse. I just like, let me make my own choices. And if I make a mistake, that's on me. It's not a reflection of you. It's just my decision. So I don't always get irritated. It's just sometimes it just oh, TJ went away and came back.
I'm on the bottom now.
Yeah, I get. I mean, I just think whatever you want, do what you like. It doesn't matter. I mean, look, I don't think any of us have any room to talk. I mean, at the end of the day, like most of us in these groups, we're getting on those vinegar syndrome buys for Black Friday. I mean, come on. Like
we're getting freaking.
I'm buying $50 copies of Roadhouse. That's not exactly logical.
That too, but
that's not what I would call. Yeah, that's not logical spending. That's not logical thinking, right? Okay. So, like, I can't sit here and make fun of anybody for doing something.
No, we were getting freaking boo buckets too, and I'm not making fun of anybody. Well, okay, yeah, TJ's got one for the boo buckets there, but at first I was kind of making fun of everybody getting them. I'll be honest. And then I decided I wanted to get one because Steve went out and he said, Dana, you can have the food in here. He got the chicken nuggets and stuff. And he said, I just wanted to get one of these boo buckets. And I laughed my ass off at him. And I was laughing at Wes. And I was laughing at Garrett and everybody that was going out and getting them. And I was like, why are y'all like losing your minds over the, like, people were making runs to McDonald's so they could get to the next boo bucket.
I only got two. They didn't have the pumpkin. They didn't have the pumpkin.
I think Garrett got all three of them.
He did. He was going to say
Wes did too.
He had them on the show, and I said something in the comments, and he says, "Oh, we're going to talk about where I got them," and he never mentioned it, and I never got mine. So
I got the pumpkin. That's the only one I.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. We didn't have it either.
The pumpkin one, and then Dana decided to be Johnny Come Lately, and then decided she wanted to get one. And so I said, Steve, can you stop at the McDonald's near the house on your way home from work and get me a boo bucket? Because they said that they would sell them through Halloween or until the supplies ran out, whichever came first. So Steve went into the McDonald's and he said, of course, I won't tell you what he said about the guy behind the counter, but because it might be considered kind of not a good thing to say. But anyway, there were clearly some boo buckets behind this guy behind the counter. Steve could see them, and Steve said, "I want to get one of the boo buckets, or I want to get a Happy Meal." And like the guy said, "We're not selling them anymore." And I said, "Did you ask him why there were some behind him?" And Steve said, "That guy didn't care."
Nope.
You know, I said, "Well, all right. I guess I'll know next time that don't make fun of everybody that's getting them. Just, you know, if I think there might be a possibility that I might want one later, to go ahead and get one."
I do think there's a lot of, I wasn't going to bring this up, but I don't want this to sound controversial, but I've noticed it a lot. And I've noticed it just forever with Facebook and Facebook groups and YouTube communities and all. And it's not just Dead Pit. It's just, there is a lot of this thing going on with, like, especially in the horror community, where it's a lot of like latcherones and a lot of like people trying to like monkey see, monkey do everything. So like somebody says something or has an opinion, so everybody else is like, "Oh, me too." And it's just like, versus just being honest and just saying what you think, like that. That's definitely a thing. I'm not trying to say read in the lines on it. I'm just saying that's definitely a thing. So, and that's what I was talking about with like the Discord and shit, is like, I see that stuff a lot. I'm like, you know, you're not impressing anybody saying that to those guys. Like, and I'm not talking about like CK and Uncle Bill. I love them. I'm talking about the people who like are just trying to kiss ass. Like, I'm just like, you know, you don't have to like, you don't have to mirror everyone's opinion. You can just be honest, you know.
I mean, all I'm going to say is I don't think that they kiss ass.
No.
I feel like some people try to kiss their ass.
That's what I was saying.
And I'm being very careful with what I say, because if I say too much, I'm gonna get my hand slapped. So, because, you know, in the past when I've said a little bit too much, I got told I was jealous and different things of other people, and I said, no, that's not it. So I just decided to err on the side of caution and not.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not making fun of them. No, I love Wes and
yeah,
no,
yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about just like some of the weird people like that come into the groups, like that. It's like the people that it attracts that like that sort of weird herd mentality of like they just monkey see, monkey do, and it's like some of them you're just like, oh, like.
But at the end of the day, it's just movies, guys. I just feel like telling these people it's just movies. Like, I have an opinion, you have an opinion, everybody has a different opinion.
And I'm not gonna say that to somebody, like, I would never name names and be rude like that. I definitely noticed that, and it is kind of discouraging. It's why I don't post in the Facebook group much anymore, is I'm just like the Discord is a little better with that kind of stuff, but yeah, and I know they don't control that. I get it. They're just they don't control who subscribes and who comes in and does that kind of stuff. But yeah,
and
I didn't mean to rant. I feel like I'm opening a can of worms, so I'm gonna close it. I'm not trying.
I mean,
I don't know any of these people. I'm not affiliated with anybody.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to be clear though. I'm not talking about like any like the guys. I'm not talking about the dead people.
Right.
I'm talking about the people who like follow and come into the community, like the odd people who like that type of behavior. That's more of the stuff I notice. Like, you know, so.
And that's what I was trying to talk about too. But John, I think you said it better than me. I think I came off sounded like I was jealous of people and stuff, and you didn't come off sounding like that.
It's not just them though. It's anything. You get like communities. It's the same thing with wrestling. You get people who are fan communities of a product, and everybody starts like that herd thing starts happening, and then you have someone that says something, it's an opinion, and they're all like, "You're a fucking idiot. Why would you think that?" And it's like, it's not just, it's something with just society and how people are when they get in those groups. It's like high school. You
Yep.
know, it's like
Click.
Mean Girls type
Yeah.
shit. Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know.
Like, and it's kind of, I hate to say it, but some of that herd mentality, that's like it's a cultish to me. It's frightening to me to watch people just blindly just follow what the person before them has said. And it just, like this, I bet y'all seen Pink Floyd's The Wall, right?
Mhm.
You know, the scene where
Yep.
it's like all the kids or all these people are just blindly walking into this meat grinder thing.
Mhm.
It's like that to me. It's just very, very creepy. People feel like they can't have any individuality anymore. It's just, I'm going to follow the person in front of me and just do what they do and say what they do and like what they do.
Well, I've always been a loner, Dottie, a rebel.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. You keep that up, TJ.
I got a real bad temper, Pee Wee.
Where's the basement? No, okay. I just random.
Yeah, it is kind of a weird. It's hard, and it kind of makes social media insufferable at times too with that kind of stuff because it's like the community is great. The horror community is like really cool, and it is good. But in the same sense, it is the most toxic fucking place I've ever seen. Sometimes with the way people are, and just like it's. Yeah, like I said, I can think in my head. There's a few people in the Discord right now. I'm thinking in my head where I'm just like, I can't stand these people,
That's why I have
but they don't. Well, I will say these people are never on the live streams. They never do live streams. They never these. You probably don't even know them, but there's just a few. I'm
probably
just,
not.
gosh, why are these people here? You know, but it's a free country. I shouldn't discriminate.
Well, that's why I have a love-hate relationship with all that stuff. Message boards, Discord, social media, just even YouTube at times. Some days I love it. Some days I say, oh God, why don't I just chuck it all and just quit, give it up, quit and not do it. It's just too much headache. But now I've become addicted to doing live streams. It's like
Really?
it's a damn drug's what it is.
What was Steve saying about? I think she should do less streams.
I'm sure he did. Like, was he saying that tonight before us started?
Not that specific. I don't know exactly what he's talking about. He mentioned something about. I don't remember. He just said something about Dana and her streams. That's all I remember. I'm not trying to out Steve or anything. I was gonna get mad.
No. He tells me that to my face. So it's like, he says, you don't need to do a stream every damn night, Dana. I said, yeah, but it really keeps me from being depressed, especially what I've been going through the last couple of months. And now, trying eagerly to look for another job and all of that. It helps to be able to get to come into these things. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again, and be with like-minded people, because even though we don't think exactly the same on every single movie or anything like that, I still think it's great because we get on here and we talk about different things. We kind of bounce things off of each other. There's people in the chat talking about things. And I don't know. I just find it fun. And Steve, bless his heart, most of the time he finds it. I mean, he enjoys interacting with you guys. I don't want you guys to get the idea that if you're in the chat when he's doing a stream, he doesn't give a shit or something. It's not that. But Steve finds things to be like a job. He approaches everything like it's a job. And a job makes him tired. And so that's why he'll take breaks from doing the streams. And I'll be doing them, I'm not doing them 7 days a week, but I might do them 5 days a week or something like that. But that's why he takes breaks from doing streams. That's why he takes breaks from doing our podcast, the Eurocult podcast that we do. So I guess I just go in a different direction. I get energized. This gives me an adrenaline rush doing this. It's like riding a roller coaster or something like that. Instead, Steve's just like, oh God, everything's work. Everything makes me tired. I got to go to bed now.
I'm laughing at it's the comment. Sir, you say Steve is a God.
Steve is a piece of shit. No, I'm not saying my husband's a piece of shit.
Honestly,
you
devil's
gotta beat your
advocate, I
ass.
will say, I know Steve, I think he's probably a few years older than me. Like, I would say, honestly, I can't, in a few years, in 10 years or so, I may fucking hate movies. I may hate, like, some of the stuff I'm doing. Like,
I'm scared that's going to happen to me. That's scary.
Life is crazy like that. I'm not into the same stuff I was into 10 years. 10 years ago, I was like, I fucking love comic books.
Yeah.
I cannot stand dealing with comic books anymore. I go into a comic store, it gives me anxiety. I don't want to look at them.
Huh.
I never thought that would have happened. It's just like, I don't think I'll ever be that way in movies, but I can't. In 10 years, maybe I
saw it happen to my mom. I've talked about this before. My mom used to love slasher movies, Friday the 13th, and just on and on and on. And then one day it's like she woke up and, I don't like that stuff anymore. So that's the thing that keeps me awake at night sometimes, that I'm going to go to sleep and wake up and all of a sudden decide I don't like Fulci or don't like Romero or, and then it's like, oh God, that's just, where will my livelihood go, if I don't have stuff like this.
I'm laughing at that.
VHS copy.
That comment.
Well, Wes asked, which version of Prom Night did you all watch?
I told him.
No, we watched like the.
No, his comment down at the bottom is what I was cracking up at.
He was about 35 years older than you.
He was about 35 years older than you, John.
I don't know how old anybody is. I'm 38, so I don't want to even pretend to know. I don't know.
I'm 46, and there's 7 years between me and Steve.
I'm still trying to act, so I can't tell my age. Sorry.
That happens.
I'm older than drinking age and younger than Jamie Lee Curtis.
Even wrestling. Like, I was a diehard wrestling fan, and I still love old wrestling. But I'm at the point now, like the past couple of years, I've even got to the point where I look at wrestling sometimes, and I'm just like, I can't deal with this carny bullshit anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I read the stories and like the stuff with Punk, and I'm just like, I can't deal with this anymore. Like, these people are just kids. Like, I never thought I would have that mentality, but it took me this far. I'm almost over wrestling, and that's kind of scary to me, But
wrestling, I never was like a huge wrestling fan, but I watched it when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And if I compare wrestling when I was a kid to wrestling now, there's pretty much no comparison. It's like apples and oranges, like we were saying about something else. And I'm like, it's starting to go on this downhill. Well, it's been going downhill for a long time, I think, but it's not fun anymore.
Yeah.
And when something's not fun, that's when I lose interest in it. When it becomes a bunch of childish nonsense, it's no longer fun.
Yeah, I haven't watched the WWE for years. I only watch YouTube stuff. So anything that goes on YouTube, I'll watch. Like I only watch AEW on YouTube. I don't watch the actual shows. And I'd rather watch the indie stuff and follow that.
Yeah, that's how Steve is now. Yeah.
And then like Vince McMahon is finally not in the WWE anymore. I'm like, first of all, he was never a wrestler, and that's number one. Number two, he's still making money regardless of whether he's still in the like it was the whole big thing across the internet about him not being on wrestling anymore. And I was like, please.
Well, yeah, that's what Wes is saying. He says WWE is getting better. HHH is in charge now.
I get drawn in when it's like, the only thing that draws me in anymore is like the old school, like shoot interviews or like the
Yeah.
old school, like watching, like when I get really into it still is when I watch like an old video of like Piper in an old segment with like Bruno Sammartino, or like watching the old Tuesday Night Titans or an old
Mean
Nitro.
Gene.
See, yeah, like watching the old school stuff, it like brings me, like, I'm right back. I'm like, oh God, this is great. But I just don't, I don't know. I think it's just, I'm just aged out. I think whatever it is they want to do, it's not meant for me anymore. I'm a lapsed fan. Like, it's really meant for that younger TikTok generation. I just don't think I don't think they give a fuck about what I think anymore. So I don't think I'm not who they're targeting, you know.
Yeah, we're fossils, as they used to say. You know, we don't matter anymore. Y'all, you're just old.
I wonder how many people, young kids, new interest in wrestling comes from the Rock TV show, the Young Rock.
Wow, yeah.
I don't watch it, but I every once in a while I'll see something up on the news about it, like how one of the wrestlers they're doing Cyndi Lauper. One of the wrestlers, she's Cyndi Lauper now, and I'm like looking at her and like with the bad wig and she's like 3 inches taller than Cyndi Lauper, and I forget the wrestler who's playing her. And it's not even an actress. They're actually having one of the wrestlers play her, and I'm looking at her, I'm like, she's pretty, but she's not like Cyndi Lauper was like this cute, like little impy type of, and she's like this woman with like strong features in her face, and I'm like, I hope she at least does the voice, because otherwise, because I looking at the Rock show, the whatever it's, the Young Rock or whatever it's called, it looks like they're doing the characters, but it's like 30 years ago, your memory of what you saw as a kid and what you think you saw is what the characters look like, and what it looks like to me is what they're doing. But I don't know if that's what they're doing. Either that, or it's bad casting and bad costumes, and it's like
they're doing the I don't know if y'all heard about it. The A24 is making the Von Erich movie. Have y'all read about that?
Oh, that should be interesting. Oof.
Yeah, Zac Efron is going to play Kevin Von Erich, which is like,
really,
yeah, he looks like he's built. He got bigger. When I heard,
is that why he did? I didn't see that. Oh, okay, all right. I saw like him like all buff and everything, and like, whoa, what did that happen?
Yeah, like when I saw A24 was doing it, I was like, oh, so this is going to be like an actual movie. This is not going to be, because I mean, despite what people think, when I see that, I'm like, okay, so this is not just going to be like some shitty direct to DVD thing. This is going to be like, they're trying to do like an Oscar movie or something here, which is, it's an interesting story because it's a sad story. It's just, of all the ideas, like, to go to that, I would have thought they would try, something, Vince McMahon, Hogan, anything, but to go to that dark of a story.
Yeah, that is not a happy family. All the young guys dying, and the brothers dying, and then Kerry and all, his trouble, and the motorcycle accident, and then
and you can see the casting on IMDb. It shows like who's playing like Harley Race and like what's his name, Bruiser Brody. I was just laughing. I was like, that's crazy just to see them do that on the big screen. But I don't know. I don't know how that's also just such a niche thing. Like I don't know how the general public would react to that, because I don't know. It's an odd choice. Like I said, I don't know why they thought that would be the first one to go for, but.
Well, I was gonna bring this up and see what you guys think that are on the stream, and if anybody, looks like we got 8 people still in here. We were sliding down to like 4 or 5, and now all of a sudden it shot up a little bit.
Well, Garrett's on right now, so
that makes sense.
I'm not paying attention, but I have Garrett on the other. I'm addicted when Dead Pit's on, when Garrett's on, I'll see that for a second that you're on, Dana. Like I don't follow. I follow the Facebook page, but like I'm not always on Facebook. And then I'll be going through YouTube and I'm like, oh, Dana's on, and then I'm like, I'll just look for a couple of seconds, and then I'll be into the end of this show.
Yeah, because I'll see you. You'll pop in the chat, and then I won't see where you're saying anything for a little while, and then all of a sudden here come these barrage of TJ comments. I'm like, oh, okay, TJ's back. Okay. So now I know what you're doing. You're probably, kind of.
And I like when Uncle Bill or Creepy Kentuckian try to say my name, and they always say it right. And then once in a while, one of them will go, "Is this how you say it?" I'll be like, "Ooh, they said my name."
All right.
But I'm like, "Oh, they get it right," and then they're stumbling. I'm like, "You got it right the first 12 times. You can,
just
keep getting it right. Don't. I think if you struggle to try to pronounce it, you can't, because it's like, Fritz it, whatever.
I just call you TJ. That way,
thanks. Well, they don't know me as well, or barely. It's fine. It's fine that people. I'm not like one of those people. Oh, they better know me on the internet because I'm always on here. Like, I don't.
And I call people by their first name if I feel like I have talked with them enough, even if it's just been on the internet. I've never met Darren in real life, but I've talked to him enough that I just say, "Hey, Darren," and
you mean the last time you were in the UK, you didn't hang out with?
I would love to go to the UK and visit, because boy, if I did, I would definitely look Darren up, because he and I have talked for years online. For like when I first started listening to Dead Pit, Darren started like messaging me and stuff, and then this is a blast from the past. We
that's a while.
Like MSN Messenger and stuff to talk, and I used Yahoo Messenger, I think, or I think it was Yahoo Messenger. I started out talking to Uncle Bill on. Like, this stuff is like, golly, And I first started, like, I would talk to Steve on Skype. And then when we started dating and stuff, he got me a webcam, because I didn't have a webcam at the time. And he got points through his job at that time. So he said, "I'm going to buy you a webcam with my points. And that way we can, we weren't doing anything risque or nothing, but we were just video chatting with each other." It just, when I think about that, it's like, geez, that was like really old school type of stuff now compared with, we've got StreamYard and we got OBS and we got, TikTok, even though I don't use TikTok, but there's Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. And remember back when, did y'all use MySpace? I talked to Uncle Bill on MySpace as well, because he had a MySpace page, and I would get on there and leave messages or whatever on there and stuff.
Yeah, it was weird. Even like first time I went to that convention, y'all were there, and I've been on some of the streams with Dead Pit and all, and it was odd at first just because I was listening to Dead Pit back in I guess it was 2011 or so. It was forever ago. And I was like in Mississippi, I wasn't married. I was like a whole other life ago. And at the time, I remember I found the podcast, and I just was kind of like, I just would laugh my ass off. I'd listen to it.
I did too.
And I'd listen to those MWOs, and I'd be fucking cracking up.
I love the MWOs. That would get me until Friday. And Friday, I would come in from work. I would download that Friday show and start listening to it. And my mom, she just could not. I was living with my parents at the time. My mom could not understand why I was so into this. And I discovered them at the end of 2008. It was December of 2008.
Yeah.
I discovered them, and I'm like, I was starting to listen to horror podcast, and then I saw where somebody had posted something on IMDb, and then in their signature they said, "If I'm not on IMDb, I'm listening to Dead Pit." And I was like, who's Dead Pit? So I looked up their site, went there, and then I found out they were from Kentucky. I'm like, oh, this is awesome. They live in Kentucky too. And like, so then I got the courage up one February when they were doing a Friday the 13th show to call into their show. And I was as nervous as hell calling into that show. And I was like, they won't pick up. And then, like, I can't remember if it was Wes or Aaron that picked up. But I just had a ball just talking to them for that little bit of time that I did. But yeah, it's like,
I think the first show I listened to was, and this is like retro. I'm thinking it was. I remember it was Jesco was on there. It was like Uncle Bill, Jess, and Wes. It was like it was some review or something. But I was listening to them, and I would try to show friends that stuff, and I'd be like just showing them the clips and all, and I never would have, because I remember when they were doing the Strand showings, and I would read about it, and I'd be like, God, I want to go to that. But it was like 10 hours from where I was. I was like, well, there's no way I can do that. And
it was, I think, from Louisville to Prestonsburg, I think it was 3.5 hours maybe.
Yeah.
And we did go to one Strand. I think it was like Madman. Madman was the thing that they were showing. And Steve said, Dana, I'll just tell you right now, I'm not doing that ever again. I'm not driving all that way and doing it, because this is hilarious. And Steve will probably kill me for telling this story, but I think I've told it before. Like, Steve was so tired by the time the movie started that, like, we were all hanging out. We went and hung out at Uncle Bill's house with him and Jess and everything. And we also hung out at Wes's parents' house. And it was getting later. It was almost time for us to go to the Strand and watch Madman. And everybody was just standing around Wes's parents' house, just talking and hanging out and stuff. And all of a sudden, I think it was Jess that said, like, is Steve okay? And like, I looked up and Steve was like over in a corner almost with his head down, just like not saying anything. And Wes was like, oh, it's something like, you can't pay attention to Steve. He's an old man or something like that, you know. But he was literally asleep on his feet almost. And then I got embarrassed a little bit when we finally did go to the movie. He was snoring in the movie theater. I kept watching his head fall forward. And finally he was loud. And I wanted to elbow him and say, Steve, quit, wake up. But he told me he was never going to a screening like that again if they had any more. I said, really, Steve? And he said, I just can't do it. He said, I can't do that stuff and stay up all night. And everybody else was just like, it's like we were on speed or something. And then Steve was just over in a corner somewhere, almost asleep.
When I never would have thought like I would eventually, like, they would do the comeback and all. Like back then, like if you would have told me now, I never would have thought all that would have happened. And when they went away, there was like 2 or 3 years where I remember I was in Alabama and I was like checking the site to see like, are they going to do, because they would do those every now and then shows. I remember y'all were doing y'all's podcast and I would be like, okay, well, I was like, well, Steve and Dana are still doing that. So they're keeping it up. And I would just check and check and check. And it never, and I was like, well, that's never going to happen ever again. And then I remember when they came back, I was fucking blown away. I was wow, they're actually going to do a show.
I think because, I kept getting these vibes from Wes. It was really, I'm not saying that Aaron doesn't like doing stuff. I'm just saying, like anybody that has seen Into the Pit, there's that even though Aaron enjoys doing it, there's a little bit of difference between him and Wes personality wise about the show. And so I think that poster for Into the Pit says it all, where Wes has got a host of Aaron, like the cartoons of them. He's got a host of Aaron, and it looks like Aaron's trying to run away. So I
I
think
have the poster.
that poster says it all. Really.
I have it signed. I think it's signed because I got the DVD or whatever back when they put it out.
Right. Yeah, I I guess not the final version, but I guess maybe somebody would call that the bootleg version now, because that was like the first version that came out. Now I guess they did a little more polishing and stuff to it. But I was getting a vibe from Wes about the time he announced, like probably a few months before he actually announced Dead Pit coming back, that he wanted to do something, that he missed it in a lot of respects. And I was like, give it a little bit longer, and Wes will do something, even if Aaron doesn't want to, because I wasn't sure how Aaron felt about it at the time. But I think he pretty much got Aaron on board. I mean, Aaron's on a lot of the stuff.
Yeah.
Now. And sometimes, like in those in between times where the first incarnation of Dead Pit was getting ready to go away, where Steve and Wes and Aaron would do those. Did you ever watch those, John? Those things that they would do every once in a while that was kind of like a Saturday Nightmares thing, but it was basically them three on there. And TJ, did you
Yeah, I think because a lot of it, Uncle Bill wasn't there. Like he couldn't be for a stream or whatever, and it was usually
there was a lot of
the two
that.
of them. And you would see little Dana in the back walking behind Steve every once in a while. That was the time where I was like, after Wes and Aaron were gone, and it was just you. I was like, you guys. It was just like I was used to them, so I was like, I would tune in every once in a while when there was something on with you guys, but it was just like, who are these people that aren't
who are these
that aren't Uncle Bill and
here?
Creepy
Like,
Kentucky? Who are these other people?
I don't want to watch these people.
Yeah, and then when they came back, I was like, oh, okay. And then Steve would have his show and whatever.
Well, I know one night when Steve and Wes and Aaron did one of those impromptu things, Wes would message Steve and say, hey, you want to do something later? Let's do something later, and Steve would be like, all right, And one night, I don't know why, for the life of me, I don't know why I did this. It's just like the night that Dirk was giving money to Dead Pit for me to do shots during that champagne and bullets. Holy crap. I apologize to anybody that saw that.
I don't think I watched that one, but I've heard about it. I haven't seen
it. Same. I didn't see that one either.
I need to watch that.
No, you don't. But Darren told me I didn't do anything really crazy. But this particular night, when they were doing their thing, I decided I was going to make screwdrivers. Don't ever do this, guys, or don't do it the way I did it. And I poured about half of a regular drinking glass full of vodka and just topped it off a little bit with orange juice. And I drank one and a half of those suckers. And all of a sudden, I started feeling not so good. And Steve kept looking at me while he was doing the show with them. He was giving me these side glances like, Dana, you're going too far. You're going too far with it. And by the time he was done doing the show with them, I was sick as a dog. I was running to the bathroom. He was literally holding my hair back because my hair was really long then while I was getting sick. And he said, and Steve's done a lot more drinking in his time than I have. And he said, Dana, he said, you need to drink something. Drink this Powerade. He said, you got to flush your system. So I drank a little bit of the Powerade, and then I got sick again. And I was like,
Mhm.
I don't want to drink any more of the Powerade. He's like, you got to, you just got to keep flushing your system out. You've just poisoned your system. You've got to get this junk out of you. And so I don't know why I didn't learn from that experience that it was not a good idea to do multiple shots of, or really shooter glasses of Fireball whiskey and I don't know how many of those damn things I drank that night,
Mhm.
but I was as sick as I've ever been in my entire life.
Mhm.
I was literally that night, it was worse than the vodka. The room started spinning. I could not walk. I was crawling from the couch
Mhm.
to the bathroom to get sick. And I was like, oh God, please let me die, because I was just so, you don't really want to die, but you're just so sick.
Yeah.
And I was like, when are things going to stop rocking and rolling around here? And so I still drank the whiskey, but I told Steve, I will never, ever do that again because I was supposed to see my dad the next day.
Oh,
And he knew something was wrong. He knew something was wrong with me because Dad came to Louisville for a sale. My dad's gotten into antiques and collectible selling since he retired. And we were supposed to go, me and Steve go over to the exposition center and meet up with my dad and my Uncle Scotty. And I was talking on the phone to my mom, and I was so freaking hungover. And I was trying not to let my mom know what I had done. And I got sick in my stomach when I was talking to her. I said, Mom, I'm going to be sick. And I laid the phone down, had to go and get sick. Because I made the mistake of eating a Taco Bell breakfast burrito that morning, and it was like that did not stay where it was supposed to stay. And I just told Mom I was feeling sick, and I
Mhm.
was like just praying that I'd be better enough to go see my dad because I really wanted to see my dad. I hadn't seen my dad for a little bit, and so Dad told Mom later. He said, "Was Dana sick?" She was awfully quiet. She wasn't as talkative as she usually is. And I didn't tell Mom what I did for a while. It was probably a few weeks. And I said, Mom, I got something to tell you. What? And she was scared I was going to tell her I was pregnant. And that's why I was sick that day, because that's what was in the back of her mind. And she said, Are you pregnant, Dana? And I said, No, Mom. I said, I'm definitely not pregnant. I said, I drank too much the other night and got sick. And she said, Dana Lynn. And when your mom uses your middle name, then
you're in a whole heap of trouble.
Well, I could tell she was disappointed. And I was disappointed in myself. It's not a good thing to do. And I was aggravated over something, and that's not a reason to start drinking. That's what got me started drinking. So kids, never do that. No matter how bad you feel, don't start drinking because that'll just compound the issue.
Yeah, especially Southern moms. That's like a thing. You can't. God, I could hear my mom. Yeah, that's definitely a thing with them. Just you can't. If you feel like shit and you've done something you're not supposed to, you feel like they wouldn't approve of, they're
Yeah.
not. I'm probably not just Southern moms, but I know especially
Well,
I can hear my mom like
Not just
that
Southern.
crap.
with me, it's more so my dad. Like I don't want my mom to be disappointed in me,
Mhm.
but for Dad to be disappointed in me and for him to find out I've done something so stupid like that. And, and my dad always seems so responsible, and Dana just keeps being a screw up. And, I didn't start drinking for a long, long time. And I don't want to say when I started hanging out with the Dead Pit crew that I started drinking. I had drank before then, but it started to, and this is not Wes's fault. It's not Aaron's fault. It's nobody else's fault that hung out with that crew. They weren't pouring it down me or anything, but it started to become a party atmosphere. And
Yeah.
I sound like a public service announcement when I'm talking about this, kids don't do this,
My fault.
but it just got easier and easier and easier to take a drink. Oh, this drink won't hurt me. Okay, I'll have a little bit more. This won't hurt me. And then I started going to like a Halloween party we had at a cabin at Jenny Wiley. Wes wanted everybody to come and do that.
I've
Well,
heard of that. Is it the Genuine Festival and stuff? Is that a thing?
it may be, but this was like Jenny Wiley State Park or something.
I've heard of that from somebody before. When you just said that, like, anyway, sorry, clicked up.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
But there's pictures of me with, a bottle of alcohol in my hand, and like you had, and I'm not meaning to tell on Aaron. He would probably tell this stuff anyway. It's not like I'm blasting it all over, Facebook or telling his employer or anything. But he wanted me to do, what did he want me to do? Jaeger. He wanted me to do Jaeger bombs with them. And he had already had a little bit. He wasn't drunk, but he was feeling good. And he said, do Jaeger bombs with us, Dana. And I'm like, I don't know if I should do that. Come do Jaeger bombs with us. So finally I said, all right, I'll have one, but it was just that, I was having fun. And sometimes when we have fun, we have a little bit too much fun, and then we have to pay for it later. So, but, I was, John was talking about being at those first conventions and like seeing all the different people that had interactions with Aaron and Wes and stuff like that. I was just shocked at how many people knew me as Evil Dead Chick. When I was like, nobody's going to know me. They're going to know Dead Pit, but they're not going to know me. So people kept coming up to me and saying, it's the Evil Dead Chick. How you doing? And I'm like, this just kind of like shocked me a little bit. And I don't consider myself a big deal. I didn't consider myself a big deal back then. I don't consider myself a big deal now. But it was like, I don't know. I have real friends now. I didn't ever feel like I was that I could make friends very easily when I was a kid. You couldn't tell that from me by now, right now, because I talk all the time. But I used to be a very shy person growing up. I wouldn't hardly talk to anybody. And then, I got out and got a job, started hanging out with people at these conventions and stuff like that. And it changed.
I'm laughing at that. Is that when Steve powerbombed Uncle Bill?
Yes, it's Steve powerbombed Uncle Bill when we had the Halloween party at Jenny Wiley.
Wow.
And I didn't even see it because we had brought our dog Linnea, the dachshund that passed away not very long ago. But she was a lot younger then. We had her dressed in her little candy security shirt, and we brought her to Jenny Wiley. And I don't think there were supposed to be dogs staying in them cabins, but Wes said, screw it, it's fine. So I was trying to take care of Linnea, and I guess Steve and Aaron and several other people had a few drinks in them at that point. And they were having a little bit too much fun. I heard all this yelling and like it sounded like somebody was going through the wall in the other room. I was in the living room area, and they were in. I mean, this is gonna sound weird, but there were a bunch of them in one of the other bedrooms in that place, and I was like, "Holy crap, what is going on in there?" And then later I found out, yeah, Aaron told me, he said, "Yeah, Steve power bombed me," and he said that hurt. I don't know what to tell you about that, but
There was one show they did once. I wish I could find it because I know they've been uploading their old MWOs and all to the Patreon. There was one. They were on there. It was like, because they used to do it like middle of the week, like now, but I guess they'd meet up. I'm assuming they would meet up somewhere. And they were talking about, it was when the 50 Shades of Grey movie came out.
oh, holy cow.
And it was like the first one. So it was like 2012 or 13 or something. And they were just, it was like hilarious. Like Wes was just going like super vulgar and just, I played that. I was like, I remember I was listening to that at lunch and I played that thing like over and over and I was like crying, laughing. It was so funny.
Mhm.
But I've been, some of those I've been waiting for them to upload them because I'm waiting to hear some episodes that I recognize,
There was like, this is before Steve and I were dating. This is another funny alcohol related story, but it was one of the years that I guess it was, when was it 2010 maybe? Like we were all hanging around at Fright Night, and Aaron didn't. This is when they had the really cruddy, creepy hotel rooms for Fright Night, and like Wes got one that he stayed in, but Aaron and Jess were together then, and like Aaron said, "I'm not staying in this hotel," and I think him and Jess stayed in a hotel across the road, a nicer hotel. But I heard a lot of horror stories about blood on the wall and other
Oh.
things. They didn't know what was on the wall, bugs and, other kind of things. But so Steve was there. Lori was there. Mad Puppet Death. John, do you remember? You probably don't remember Mad
See,
Puppet
I
Death.
didn't back then. I was kind of a non-participant. What I would do is I was literally just listening to the Apple podcast. I did not get on the streams. I didn't watch. I literally would just download the episodes because that's kind of how I would listen to stuff at work. So I think I called into one. No, I wrote on their Facebook a question for one episode. It was like something during a Christmas thing. And that was the only interaction I ever did. And then it wasn't until they came back that I was just like interacting, because I just didn't at that time. I just was very, I don't know what it was with stuff like that. I would listen to a lot of shit, but I wouldn't participate. I would just kind of separate. I don't know. Nowadays I can be more interactive, but yeah, no, I feel a lot of these people, I didn't know them.
Do you remember Mad Puppet Death? Do you remember Lori? I'm getting blank looks from TJ.
No, I don't remember specific. I was just looking up at something on YouTube, and I was like, "Oh, I was listening to the Dead Pit like 15 years ago." It's like that could be that long ago. Damn, that was a long time ago.
Yeah,
I remember. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I remember downloading the episodes, but I guess it was it off of? Was it literally deadpit.com? Like on? I can't remember now.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. I remember all the interviews. Like I mostly listened to that stuff whenever they had Linnea Quigley on, or all the ones they mentioned every once in a while. I was like, oh, I remember hearing that one. I remember Tiffany Shepard was on a few. I remember the call-ins, but I never called in because I never could call into things like that. I was never. I mean, I'm bad enough with people in general. Just to call, I hate the phones.
Yeah.
If someone calls, unless it's like my sister or my father, because I know they'll only call, they'll text. If they call me, I know it's an emergency. Other than that, I don't pick up the phone. So
my dad doesn't like to talk on the phone long, and you can always tell when my dad is wanting to get off the phone because he'll say, "Yeah, well, Yeah, and he just like one word, like quick answers, like, okay, it's time to get off the phone with Dad.
What is one guy? I remember one guy who, and I've seen him on the Facebook some Crater.
Yeah,
He doesn't. Why does he not get on the streams and stuff? Because like he was like big back in the day.
I
He was. I know he knows
I
all y'all, right?
don't know.
Like,
I had a funny story about him that happened that night that I was talking about.
and I don't know him. He seems nice. I just
Yeah,
don't. I don't know
Crater,
anything about him. But
Chris is his real name. He's a really nice person. And Candace, his wife, she's really sweet too. I got to be friends with her over time as well. But the what made me think of this story is Darren said the UB drinking story from that convention always cracks me up. He had to lay down in his car for hours. But so everybody pretty much was drinking at this one, I believe, with the exception of Jess, because Jess was pregnant with Piper at the time, I believe. And so that's a no. You don't want to drink and smoke and all that stuff. She was a smoker too. So this was just killing her. She couldn't do either one. But she was there and Steve was there. Lori was there. I was there. T-shirt Joe was there. Crater
who is
was there.
Lori? I don't know her either.
Lori went under the name Mad Puppet Death, and I don't know
Okay.
if she does any more videos, but she used to do a lot of YouTube videos under Mad Puppet Death.
I knew T-shirt Joe just from that damn commercial they would do, the Bret Hart. That's how I learned about T-shirt, and then I added him on Facebook.
Yeah, I
And
love Joe. I
yeah,
miss seeing him. Like I used to see him pretty regularly at conventions there for a while, but now he's pretty much he stays in Texas where he lives at and does conventions there. But so
I
we
bought
had,
shirts from the website. That's what I did.
yeah,
Fastcustomshirts.com. That's
yeah,
what
he's give me shirts. I bought shirts from him, just variety of things. So we had basically a whole hotel room, Wes's hotel room, and Wes didn't have a girlfriend at the time, so that hotel room was pretty much his after everybody left. But we were hanging out, just sitting around. People were drinking. Wes and Aaron were playing guitars and singing. And I'll never forget, it was a really fun night, but two things happened that were so hilarious. And one was Crater, and Crater might kill me for telling this, but Crater drank back then. I don't think he drinks much, if at all, now, but he drank and he got sleepy and stuff and wanted to go back to his hotel room and sleep it off. So he left Wes's room, and we assumed he went went back to his hotel room. So about 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20, here comes Crater back into the hotel room, and he stood in front of the TV with his head down like that. And somebody said, "What's the matter, Crater?" And he looked just as sad, like he lost his best friend. And he said, "I forgot where my hotel room was." And the whole room just cracked up. We couldn't help it. It was like he looked he looked like a little lost puppy is what he looked like. And so then the second really funny thing that also included alcohol was we had went to the liquor barn in Louisville before we got into the convention stuff. So somebody had bought a $50 container of Crystal Skull vodka. I mean, it was a Crystal Skull and it was full of vodka. So Steve had already been drinking, and then he took this Crystal Skull vodka and he stood up in front of the room and like he took a drink of it and he said, "This water tastes like fucking vodka." just the whole room just broke up again, and I'm probably going to get killed for telling all these stories. But
That's funny.
it just like I'm sure if Wes is still in here, he remembers all of that happened.
Does he not? Does Crater not like want to get on? It is weird though because well, I don't. He may just like be busy with life, but I know like in the old shows he was on tons of them all the time, and I've seen
Mhm.
him on some of the chats before. I think,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
he
I think
doesn't.
so.
I would figure just as much as they do the shows, like he would jump in some of those, but
Mhm.
he seems to be kind of more like just
I
not wanting to do that stuff as much, or maybe kind
I
of.
think that, and I'm not meaning to make him sound like a stuffy person or anything because he's not. But I think that he is more into devoting more time to Candace and his little boy Noah now
No, I
than
get that.
and like family type stuff.
Yeah.
That makes sense. So I didn't know. Yeah, that makes sense then. I mean, yeah.
But and I guess he just doesn't have a lot of time to. It's like my brother. My brother used to be into like John when you were talking about the comic books. That made me think of my brother because he used to collect all kinds of comic books. He used to be really into them, baseball cards.
Uh-huh.
He was really into that and really into playing a lot of video games. My brother had to get every new game system that came out, especially when the PlayStation started coming out. Every time a new PlayStation came out, my brother had to get it. But then he met his wife. They got married. They've got 2 kids now. And you asked my brother something like, you know, have you played this game? No, I don't have time. I had to do stuff with the kids or I had to work. He's basically the head guy over a Culver's restaurant. So he has to do all the scheduling and all that stuff. So, yeah, life gets in the way sometimes, don't it?
Mhm.
Yeah, this is like the first live stream. I worked like this week. I did like probably 90 hours. So I
Oof.
haven't
Gee,
even
John.
like this was like the first day I got out of the house or any. I knew it was going to be like that this week, but yeah,
Are
sometimes
you even
work.
awake?
Yeah, you just kind of
He's
roll with
very
it.
alert for somebody who's been working like
Yeah, but you just roll with it. I mean, it's IT, but I mean, usually that's the thing about life. I mean, you get older and that's why like I'll try to get on some of the streams and chat, but a lot of times,
that.
even with Dead Pit or your streams, I'll pop in and say something, but I have to like it's hard because there's just so many things
Mm.
going on and depending on if work's crazy. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I totally get that. And I tell you guys, I know I'm going to get another job at some point. And when I do, there probably won't be as many of these live streams as there have been while I've, been on leave. Uh,
Mhm.
so um, I just want to, make people aware of that. And they'll probably say, oh, yeah, Dana, you'll still do a bunch of them because Steve's been ribbing me about it. He said, you'll still do them. You'll still do them all the time. Don't be saying that.
There's so many streams too with
Yeah.
Oh,
Jeez.
yeah.
YouTubers. I do this thing now where when I'm working, sometimes I will watch streams the next day. That's why if you ever see me comment on your video, it's because I'm hitting stuff the next day, like just to catch up on everybody's. Like I'll be
Yeah.
like,
Dirk does that too. He
because
said,
it's just I can't keep. There's so many going live every night. I'm like I can't keep up. Like even you're talking about Garrett doing his. I mean I'll probably catch that tomorrow, but.
yeah, just say, sorry, Garrett, I was tied up with Dana and we talked for almost 5 hours.
He's talking about conventions right now. So.
Is he?
Yeah, he went to the Rhode. I guess he went to the Rhode Island Comic Con. That was our
Oh, that was
that's
right.
cool.
Yeah.
our local convention here. I had friends that were going, and I didn't see anybody I really liked. I would because my friends him and his wife, my buddy and his wife, they like get a hotel room. They spend like the whole weekend there, and but I didn't see anybody. I was like, I don't see anybody I wanted to either meet or even if I decided to spend money on anybody, because it was like, whatever.
Yeah, I'm like that with some of them too. And then other ones, like with the Michael Berryman thing, I was like, you know, not that I know everybody's going to die at some point, and I'm not saying that Michael Berryman's going to die tomorrow or something, but I'm just saying none of us are getting any younger.
Yeah.
And I have had missed opportunities. I wish 1,000 times I'd went up and met Gunnar Hansen when I seen him at conventions, because he's gone now.
Yeah.
And there have been other people that's like, gee, I wish that I just went up and at least talked to them, because I won't get that chance now. It's too late.
Yeah, I met John Carl Beekler a little before he died.
Wow.
My friend got a picture with him, but I didn't get a picture or an autograph or anything. But I mentioned Cellar Dweller. He created and he said it was based off of his dad, which I thought was an interesting. I don't remember exactly what he said because he explained it, but I was like, oh, okay, but that's kind of a cool, like, he based it off of his father.
So nobody might not know, but was Beekler sick?
Yeah, I don't know what did he have cancer or something? I don't know. He didn't at the convention. He didn't look like he was in that great a shape.
Yeah, the last few interviews I saw with him before he passed, he did not look well. He just did not look well.
I met Romero a couple of years before. I think a couple of years before he passed away too. Like, maybe I'm a jinx.
No.
I think they were both sick anyways, but yeah. Nowadays I don't know really anybody I would go out to a convention to meet. Like the last convention I went to was a small one, and that's because I had a short in it, so I got in for free. I didn't have to pay the door price.
There you go.
If I can keep getting shorts into movies at a festival, I can get at least a free pass into some local convention or something. But that'll be my thing from now on. Just making a shitty short to get.
I hate to run. I hate to run short. I'm gonna have to go here. In just
well, it's midnight, so I mean,
yeah.
I'm gonna have to get off here too soon. But I did want to bring up before John does go away. What would you guys think of me doing a watch along for Blood Rage? The one with the twins.
Yeah.
To coincide with the John's
there you go. Yeah, to be a bookend to that or something. But does that sound like an interesting?
Yeah, I like that movie a lot.
I do too. That's another one that Steve doesn't care for. So, but he's a deadhead, as my mom calls Steve sometimes. She says he doesn't want to do anything.
That's funny.
I mean, my mom loves Steve. I don't want y'all to get the wrong idea, but she just doesn't understand sometimes that.
By the way, did they have forensics back in the early 80s? Because how'd they not know which twin was the killer? Fingerprints aren't the same for twins, and
See, I like that movie because I'm convinced that they knew they were making a bad movie. They were intentionally hamming it up. But my friend TJ had the opposite opinion on it. It was like four of us. Two of us loved it. Two of them hated it. I think the other guy, TJ, was like, no, they weren't sure. They were trying to make a good movie. And I don't know. I'm kind of convinced with some of the movie that they were winking at the camera. Like they knew. It's just too hammy in parts.
Did you catch Ted Raimi's performance as the condom salesman?
He's like,
I love it.
Yeah,
his big role.
Steve said that's the only reason you like that damn movie, because Ted Raimi's in it for 2 seconds. And I was like, no, I like the whole movie.
Yeah,
he's in Candyman longer.
I hate to run, but I gotta test this. I'm doing a move, is what I've been working on a website thing, so I gotta do it here in just a second. We're cutting over.
Well, I want to thank you again, John, for being on
Good
here. Open invitation anytime.
Yeah, for sure. Y'all have a good one though. Keep going though. Like I said, I'll maybe get back on and watch in a bit.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get off here. I bet TJ's got to get some rest too.
I got a family dinner tomorrow, so I got to be half
awake.
awake.
God, you got to be fresh for that. You'll be It's like,
I can
what
learn
are
how to
you
spa
doing?
verbally, so it's
That's funny. Well, I'll see y'all though.
See
See
ya.
you, Todd.
Later.
Okay. And Darren, yes, I will talk to you tomorrow during the podcast where we're going to be talking about House by the Cemetery. So yeah, I think I'm going to take that as a note that I need to get my butt off of here too, TJ. So I
It's
want to,
tomorrow.
yeah,
Oh, did we set
yeah.
the clocks? The clocks have to be set in a couple hours, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're falling back. Yeah.
Stupid, dumb thing. Anyway.
Yeah, it's really dumb. I have to agree with Steve. It's dumb. So, yeah, actually, yeah, I am going to get off here, but I want to thank you, TJ, for being on here with me for the watch along.
Thanks for having me.
And you have an open invitation anytime to come on. You can come on the cruising one tomorrow if you want to, but you
So
don't
what
have
happens at the dinner? So
I hope you don't fall asleep during the
yeah.
So I want to thank everybody for being in the chat. We've still got 7 freaking people in here. Everybody go to bed.
Go to Garrett's. Go to Garrett's.
Go over to Garrett's if you're not ready to go to bed. He might go on for a few more hours. So y'all have a good night. I'm gonna skedaddle on out of here for the night, and I'll see everybody on the flip side. And everybody have a good morning. So
Bye.
thanks, TJ. Bye bye.
Thank you.